How's it going, y'all? We're back with another stream. 2 days in a row, that's big progress. Huge progress. Working? Thank you, thank you. I was testing my chat overlay. I should have my overlay right here, so if you send a message in chat, it should show up here. It's probably not going to be in the best condition. Can't seem to figure out how to put a background on it. Yeah. But I have something, at least. How you guys doing? Made myself a nice cup of frappe with some chocolate sauce and red sprinkles on top for the stream. Dev the Dev, that is me. There we go. Okay, the background isn't the best, but it's here. Hi. My cat looks like she wants to come up. No? Wanna come up? You can come up. Oops. Ah. What should greeting? Oops. Oh. Sorry about any noise that might have made. My mic just fell. She wants your frappe. Yes, drinking plus eating, I suspected. This is a frappe. Just made it with some chocolate sauce and red sprinkles on top. This is just straight up milk, instant coffee, some normal sugar, some brown sugar, and vanilla extract, and crushed ice. I've experimented a lot with this frappe recipe and tried to perfect it as much as I can. To play the drums, I do sometimes. I just have to figure out a good audio interface to set it up with my PC so that I can play it on stream. Right now what I'll have to do is plug it into my amplifier, and then my mic will probably try to do its best job catching the sound from the amplifier. You can hear it, but it's not going to be the best quality sound. So must be some Whiplash level drummer. I am not. I am like not really good. I don't play a lot. I didn't do a lot of like training or learning. It was mostly just I just tried to play it. I listened to songs and I tried to play them, and that's pretty much it. Like I didn't get any sort of a formal training for drumming, so I'm not really good at it. I'm decent. I can play some like normal beats, not much. Same with the guitar. I didn't really like get any sort of training. It was just a practice. I have practiced like guitar a lot more than drums though. What's up? We have people on YouTube as well. Make sure you hit that like button on YouTube so that more people can find out about this stream. And also put something in the chat. We have 3 people on YouTube. Damn, that's more than most of times. Indian Steve Vai? No, not at all. Nowhere close. I'm probably better at playing drums than I am at playing guitar, even though I've been playing guitar for much longer. Okay, so the stuff on the side of the straw, I don't think there's any other way to get this other than to lick it. And I don't know if I want to do that on camera. Definitely not doing that on camera. Nope, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not doing it. Alright, let's get into it then. Can I? Okay, looks like I can move it to the side a bit. That's the money shot. What's the money shot? Me trying to lick stuff from the side of the straw? I don't think that's a money shot. If I'll have to do it, I'll have to do it like this. There we go. And it's gone. Alright, where were we at? So the Ampt people, they saw my message. I think they also saw some, watched a little bit of the stream from yesterday, and they said that they're going to add to the docs what we have to do for the course headers. But because that's not added yet, I'm going to stick to using Express for now. Maybe in the future, we refactor this, we change this to Fastify, or not Fastify, to the API package that comes from Ampt. I might change this to use Fastify now, though. Let's see. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. So yeah, I'm going to uninstall Express from here and use Fastify instead, so that I'm at least following my own advice that I said yesterday that we should use Fastify instead of Express. By the way, let me know if the audio levels are fine. Oh, I'm not going back. Just have to go to the back end. And this is... Let's also just, while we're here, refactor this into an Ampt folder so that we can have separate definitions, separate folders for separate implementations. Move this here and move this here. Cool. So now we can go into cd Ampt. Now this is where everything is. I'm going to uninstall Express from here, and I'm going to install Fastify in here. What else do we have? Do we have any text packages? Yeah, also need to get rid of this. In the uni landscape, what's popular these days in web dev? React, really, that's it. We have to realize that outside of like this enthusiastic circle. Can you reduce the background music volume? Thank you. You can reduce that a bit. There we go. It should be slightly less now. Audio fine. Hi. Wow, you really want to come up here, don't you? Hi. Alright. I'm sure chat will love it. Just okay. I think she wants to come up, but if I go and pick her up, she'll run away from me. It's very weird. Here. Just don't go on the desk because I have my frappe there. I don't want cat hair all over my frappe. Here. Nope, you're not allowed to go up there. What is this Ampt thing? You can... It's kind of a like frameworks, I don't know, it's a library I guess for serverless backend development. Yeah, just stay here. Nope, nope, nope. You're not going up there. You're not going up there. Don't show me your butt. What? Yeah, I've seen your butt many times. I don't want to see it again. Alright. What is this Ampt thing? We're going to look at it very soon. I guess we're using it right now, so... let's see. We need to get rid of types express. We have UID, fix the cam. Oh, fix the cam, I'm sorry. Thanks. Alright. So now we need Fastify instead of Express. We can probably just rename this and everything. All the API is the same. Oh, it's not. Okay. It doesn't have .use. Okay, so how do we do course and Fastify? Is it already built in? Fastify course. Install .register. Okay. Let's see if we need to do this. I mean, we most likely do, but why not? Can rename this to Fastify, and this is now Fastify app. I don't need this for now. I'm going to comment this out. What else do we have? We don't have .json. What do we do with Fastify? We just do a .send. Okay. Sure. Can just do a .send, I guess. And same thing here. All right. Oops. The screen isn't shared. Oh my. My bad. I should be looking at my overlay more often. I'll put this here and this here. Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. Got a little carried away. All right, let's see. So we have our Fastify app. We have one endpoint for post API/order, and then we use the HTTP node handler and pass in the Fastify app. That should be pretty much it. Should be all we need. We're probably going to need the CORS package soon, but let's see if it works without it. We're going to run Ampt here, and then in a new terminal we can, let's put the terminal on the right because we don't need this for now. All right, we have that running. We can cd into front end Nextjs, and this is our page is here. What was your final year college project here? My final year college project is this ProtoCheck. I think if you just go to actually no, Slice doesn't have much. It's a thing for event organizers. So for like anyone who organizes large-scale events like festivals or concerts or like football matches, things like that, it's for them to help with risk management and planning. You're back now? What? You were just up here and you want to run away. Now you want back? No, get out. It should be on texpo.live, I think. ProtoCheck, yeah. I was working on ProtoCheck on my first stream. Darren, how's it going? Yeah, risk management frameworks. There we go. That's my project right here. This is a terrible photo, by the way. Just saying. Infra from code thing. Yes, this is one of them. Ampt, which we are using to build Serverlesspresso. I'm just going to remove this for now. Actually, I'm going to run this. So for this project, actually, let me pull up my whiteboard to do a quick recap of what we're doing. So Serverlesspresso is something that AWS came up with as a way to showcase their serverless tools. So like Lambda, Event Bridge, step functions, API gateway, and everything. They built Serverlesspresso as like a full online application to order coffee from, and they had a booth set up at reInvent that was making the coffee. When you ordered the coffee on the app, it showed up at the barista's app that was at the booth, and the barista would make the coffee, and once it was made, the barista would mark it as prepared and ready for pickup, and then you can go and pick it up from the booth. and this was like deployed and used at reInvent by hundreds of people. So it was their way to showcase how you can build a full production grade application entirely on serverless tools. But we are repurposing the idea of Serverlesspresso and applying it to all the other tools, mostly non-AWS. I guess none of these are non-AWS. They end up deploying to AWS anyways, but like it's a level of abstraction or multiple levels of abstraction on top of AWS. So it's a way for me to compare between them. And so because we're going to be switching out implementations, we have two completely different repos. I wouldn't recommend doing this in any sort of a real project. Most of the time you don't want to completely switch out implementations of your front end and back end. That's a very painful thing to do. So there's really no reason to separate out the two repos. Protocheck does not have GPT integration. There's nothing about AI in there for now. So yeah, we can also use the same idea for comparing between the front-end technologies, which we might get to at some point in the future, but really the idea is to compare back-end tools, which are mostly all most of these are infrastructure from code things. SSD and Architect are infrastructure as code, and some of them kind of walk a fine line. So like Superflare, Wasp, and Clotho, these are like in a gray area between them. So that's the application. I code for food, thanks for the follow. I did a little bit of event storming. This is what we came up with. We're doing only AWS stuff. Depends on how you look at it. Like technically we're not doing any AWS stuff. Like we are using other technologies that just happen to use AWS under the hood. They don't have to. They can like switch out their own implementation and use anything else, but they happen to use AWS because it's probably the best one. But any of this can be applied to like depending on like Ampt, for example, they deploy it under the hood to AWS like Vercel does, but they can choose to not do that. They can choose Google Cloud or Azure instead. It's just going to be a pain for them to do it, but they can do that, which means, and then you don't have to like make any changes. You still deploy to Ampt. So technically it's like, it doesn't really have much to do with AWS. All the main thing that's really the only relation to AWS is that they came up with the Serverlesspresso idea, which we are repurposing. That's pretty much like the main relation to AWS here. Thought we were gonna compare between different Lambda style serverless technologies out there. There's not really much to compare between them. Like Lambda functions are Lambda functions. Doesn't matter. Like the way you architect your application with serverless technologies is going to be pretty much the same, regardless of which platform you're using. It's still going to be like, you're still going to architect your application in terms of ephemeral lambdas and event-driven architecture. So far we only have this, but we're almost certainly going to expand this a lot more as we work on this. So yeah, that's the idea behind Serverlesspresso and what we are doing. You have both things running, so let's fire this up and let's see what happens. All right, so we have the UI. You can buy an espresso, you can place an order, and if we hit yes, nothing happens. Let's see, why does nothing happen? All right, course policy. So we do need this course package here. Looks like. Is this a legit package? It is, right? I hope it is. Can I check this on npm? Looks like there are multiple of these. Okay, yeah, looks like it. Okay, So it's been deprecated. Okay, so this is the correct one. Cool. Can come back here. Let's install this thing. I can install it here using the Ampt shell. Install Fastify course. That's going to install it. Need to copy this here. Something like cold start times and scaling delays. Again, it's like pretty much the same. Like those things don't really matter too much when you're first like creating and architecting an application. Cold start times are not super relevant when you're making event-driven architecture. Cold starts are really a lot more relevant for user-facing stuff, which we are not going to have a lot of. Like we have a few API endpoints. Other than that, like there's also really no way around cold starts. Also, these are things that Ampt or any other tool that we are using is supposed to take care of. Now, there are other tools like Clotho and SST. These are going to deploy to your AWS account, in which case you can probably do some extra configuration. But with things like Ampt, you don't have control over it because you're deploying to Ampt's cloud service instead of your own AWS account. All right. So we have the Fastify app. This is how we register the course. Wait, this is an await. We have a top level await. What's going on here? Register does not exist. How old is this? Do I have the supports Fastify version 4.x? Do I not have the correct version of Fastify? Package. My Fastify is 4.15. Okay, that should be fine. This is 8.21. 8.21, sorry. This is 8.21, that's fine. What's wrong with this? Sure. Do I just not have the types? So what do I have here? Fastify. Oh, it's Fastify app. That's why. There we go. Alright, what options do you want? AWS Lambda, Google Cloud Functions, Azure Functions, Cloudflare Workers have similar performance. No, they're slightly different. They're probably very different. Cloudflare Workers, we can put that a little aside because Cloudflare Workers are edge functions. They don't run on like traditional data centers like Google Cloud Function or AWS Lambdas. So they're a completely different beast. But when it comes to like the difference between AWS Lambda, Google Cloud Function, and Azure Functions, there's probably some differences there. But like most of the time, those differences are kind of irrelevant. Like those are not like if I'm building Serverlesspresso, those differences are not really relevant to me. I don't care what platform it's deployed to. What options do you want? Origin. Is there a default origin? Could be different types. Alright, so I'm just going to say origin. Can I put localhost? No, that's fine. I'll just put in anything. Alright, so we have our course here now. Oops. Let's see if this works now. Let me also, while we are at it, so we have this console log request.body. Let's console.log body and see what we're getting here as the body. Can make this smaller. This is really the more important one. Place the order. Store is closed. Cool. Alright, so we received an error here. Okay, because we didn't handle the error. Okay. Oops. So checking if store is open, and it turns out that the store is closed, so we throw a 400 error. However, it doesn't look like we're handling that error in here, so we should probably do that. Yeah, it's just an await fetch, so we should probably handle this error here. Do I want to bring in React Query for this? Yeah, let's just bring in React Query. npm I react, or let's bring in the new TanStack query. I'm still not sure how to fully do that. Oh wait, oh, it also redirected. Okay, so it didn't fail. I guess it did fail, it just didn't catch the 400 error. Get started. TanStack React Query. Okay, let's install this in here. npm install TanStack React Query. There we go. We can start this back up. Let's import all of this. We still have the how do we add global context in here? Let's look at Nextjs docs, beta.nextjs. I guess I want context. Where do I put like the global context? Root layout. Oh, okay, since it's just in the layout, that's fair. There used to be some AWS competitors. What does it look like now? Is it way ahead of the competition now? AWS has always been ahead of its competition. If anything, now other tools are like slightly slowly catching up, but for the most part, it's AWS is like just way ahead. Oops. Now you're back again. What? I'm busy. Give me a second. All right. What? Wow, my cat really wants to annoy me today. Okay, I guess we can put our context here. But this is a server component. This is not a client component. Interesting. Create context, yeah, it's not supported in server components. Create inside of client component, okay. And then put that in the root layout. All right, sounds good. Let's make a context.tsx. Can copy this and copy this. Query client, export function. Let's call it global context. Okay, global context. This is going to take in children, and I'm going to render the children here. Just make it any, I don't care. Don't have use query here. Alright, and now we can come in here. Can render this here. There we go. So now we have our TanStack query context in here, which means here we can const use mutation. Let's put this function inside the mutation. There we go. Data. Do we have data? We don't have data because this is just going to redirect from here. So we need loading. Oops, not that. I just put status and error. Alright. Now here, if the... Let's look at what status codes we are sending from here. So if the store is closed, we send a 400. Otherwise, we just send a 201. We should wrap this, all of this in a try catch. And if something goes wrong, we send a 500. Cool. So it should be a 201 created if it's to be successful, which means if result dot status is not equal to 201, you should throw an error, and the message should come from result dot JSON. I guess I should do this here, which means we're going to have something in the order. So just put a dummy fail to do this, and I'm going to console log data to see what data is coming from the backend in case there is an error. Don't need that. There we go. And now P24, I should make this Py24, Px not 24, so let's stick to 10. We have mutate, so this is what we need to call on the button click. Why are you complaining? Alright. What language would you use for backend for a social network sort of an app? Depends. What's the social network about? How many people are using it? What's how complex it is? How scalable do we need it to be? Like, I cannot answer that question without knowing any non-functional requirements. If I'm building it by myself, then obviously TypeScript. But again, like, there are other... I'm probably never going to be building it by myself. There's probably going to be a team. It's probably going to be some money, and like, there's a lot of non-functional requirements that you need to consider when answering a question like that. Like a full-blown production app, I mean, you can pretty much use any language. It's not really... Yeah, that's good context, but it's still not enough context. Like, I would probably use Elixir. I can use Rust. I don't know. I used Elixir and my headphone heard Alexa. This time I did say it, but last time I did not. Would you still go with JS Node on the backend? It really depends. I mean, if I'm the one primarily working on it, if I'm hiring people, or if I have like people on the team who only know JS, who only know JavaScript, then yeah, I can use Node.js on the backend. I don't have anything against it. Like, you can build a very complex application with fully with JavaScript and TypeScript if you want to. You can make it really performant if you want to. It's just painful to like keep performant. If something like bun actually happens, then I don't even need to go to something like Rust. I can just write JavaScript and have it be really, really fast. But yeah, the language choice really comes down to the team members, the developers working on it, the kind of the ecosystem. So if like the Rust language has some libraries in its ecosystem that are going to be very useful, then I'll probably go with Rust. If not, JavaScript has a big enough ecosystem, I'll just stick to that. Or if there are engineers who know how to make like a social network sort of an app in .NET or in Java, I'm going to use those languages. Yeah, again, really depends on like who's working on this and where you would be deploying it. If you want to deploy it to serverless stuff, then JavaScript is a really great choice, because most cloud tools, most cloud serverless tools are really leaning into JavaScript these days. But if you want it to be like super performant and scalable, then probably Rust is a better choice, or Elixir. What do you want? I'll just give her some tweets so that she might shut up. Here, you want some tweets? Alright, let's see. I should probably add an error message somewhere in here. I think it looks like I missed a follow. Error 30R. Error. Is that error? Thanks for the follow. Why is it not working? Benchmarks point of view, performative, scalable. Yeah, I don't know enough about the difference between the performance and everything of all the different languages and frameworks, so I don't know. I can't really say much. If you care about the if I was building a social network application, I probably don't care too much about the performative scalable. I first care about getting users, getting people to use the app first, and getting shipping some features so that people want to use the application. Those things are probably going to be a lot more important than performance and scalability. And also a lot more difficult to do than performance and scalability. Here. Which is why I'm saying like the non-functional, I really need to figure out, I really need to know what the non-functional requirements are before I can answer that question of like what technologies do you want or are you going to use. Gene Martins, thanks for the follow. The Crafty Sheep, thanks for the follow. First time chatter, what's up? May I please ask your opinion on this? Let's see, what is this? Ion 3D engine. Out of the box for creating web-based 3D and VR application. This looks cool. This is awesome. I don't have too many opinions because I haven't I've never done 3D websites or virtual experiences, so I'm sure this is really I'm sure this is a really cool way to do it. But yeah, I don't really have any opinions on this other than that it looks kind of cool. Kyle Wicks, thanks for the follow. Let's see how our tweet is doing. I made a tweet that I started the stream. Alright. Did you guys see my SQL tweet? This one, SQL needs to die. It kind of blew up. I should have expected that's gonna blow up, but I didn't think about that when I was making this tweet. I just kind of made it on an impulse and like, oh nice, it blew up. It's good to have some high engagement stuff every now and then. Good for the profile. Yep. Why are you killing SQL? I talked about it yesterday a bit, and I'll probably have a whole a properly structured rant and a YouTube video about it at some point. But there's a lot of reasons why SQL is just not a good database for software development. Like the three or four like major reasons for why SQL is not a good idea are like things like impedance mismatch, optimizing for the wrong things, like optimizing for storage instead of computation, which is the wrong way to do things. Optimizing for arbitrary queries, again, which is like the wrong way to do things. We don't have arbitrary queries. We have like very fixed queries that we put in our application. And also optimizing for like monolithic deployment instead of horizontal scaling. So yeah, SQL is just something, it's an artifact of the past that for the last 20 years, people have been like trying to hack into making a good solution, because for people just seem to like SQL. As long as SQL is around, people will be like struggling trying to make it work with in the modern ecosystem, instead of just using something that makes the better trade-offs. This probably doesn't make any sense out of context. I need to like explain all of these points in a lot more detail, and without that I probably won't make a lot of sense. What is the problem here? Functions cannot be passed to client components. Oh, because is this a server component? No, it's not a server component. What do you mean I cannot pass a function? Let's see. What will I do with all my PLC? I mean, I'm not saying, I said it needs to die. I never said that it's going to die. Those are two very different things. The sad truth is that it's probably not going to die anytime soon, and it will remain to be one of the best and fastest ways to take an idea and like start working on it, just because of the massive ecosystem that's around SQL. So most of the time I would still probably recommend you use SQL just because of its ecosystem. But as long as SQL is around, we will be experiencing pain trying to make it work. That doesn't mean like you should stop using SQL now. If you can stop using SQL now, you definitely should. But if you have SQL code lying around, if you have people that know SQL much better than they know other tools, then yeah, you shouldn't move off of SQL. There's no reason, because people are experiencing pain, but they are trying to make it work. Like PlanetScale, Supabase, Zeta, they're all trying to make it work. It's not pretty, but it's there. But if you can move off of it, if you can. Functions. Gods and Till and T. Thanks for the follow. I'll talk to my CDO. We need to move away from SQL. Dev needs SQL to die soon. Yes, I need SQL to die very soon. Again, it's not about. I guess yeah. I want it to die. I don't need it to die. Like, I'm fine using MongoDB and DynamoDB. I'm going to continue using the good stuff. I don't need it to die. The smug idiot keeps praising SQL all the time. Who's your CTO? Also, wait till I make my video on this, because right now I have good arguments, but I haven't like expressed any of my arguments properly. So like all I've done is just made tweets about it, random tweets, and anyone looking at that will just be like, okay, this guy's is dumb, or like on the hype train of MongoDB's web scale. What are you complaining about? Do I need to restart? Okay, looks like I am somewhere. I'm passing a function. Listener subscribe function, tech queries. Where? Do you know any good website for learning React? I've messed with it, but I struggle. You want a good website for learning React? React.dev. React.dev. They recently, they've been working on this for like a couple years now, and they recently released it. For a couple years, this was being called the React Beta Docs, and now it's the actual React Docs. So let's go to react.dev/learn. This is likely going to be one of the best ways to learn the React. One of the best free ways at the least. If you're willing to spend a little bit of money, then you can go to Epic React. Or if you are if you work at a company where you're using React and you would like to your employer can pay for your training, I would say go for epicreact.dev. And mostly restricted to YouTube, yeah. Just go to Epic or like react.dev for the free stuff, and epicreact.dev if you are. How should the company still finishing uni? Yeah, let's see. Store purchases. I think what's the pricing look like on this? I think for this one, like you can, like if you message Kent about this, that you're still finishing uni, he might be able to give you a free version of this, and then you can pay for it. Wait, there's Jacob MG Evans in here. Like you might be able to get this course for free, and then you can pay later once you find a job. He does that quite a bit. Yeah, so there's 200, 600, and there's a standard plan. I think he might be able to give you like the basic plan for free, as long as like once you find a job, you can pay back. Epic React.dev, there we go. Reveal your secrets. Okay, looks like there's some issues here. That's what I thought would be the issue, but subscribe function, okay. Oh, I know what I messed up. Layout, context, yeah, this needs to be use client. There we go. I should fix it. There we go, yeah. The context is supposed to be on the client, which it clearly wasn't. Alright. Is it super expensive for Turkey? It is nearly 1.5x minimum wage. Yeah. I think that's why Kent has this program that I just talked about, where you can get it for free if you don't have a job yet, if you don't have a tech job. You can get the course, you can use it to get a good tech job, get a high-paying job, and then you can start paying him back. All right, something happened. There we go. Store is closed. Okay, so we see the error now. Let's first open up the store. Also, like, you can just use the react.dev, the documentation. It's pretty good, from what I've heard. I haven't fully used it, but from what I've heard, it's the new documentation is pretty nice. And of course, if you run into issues, just like you also have like YouTube resources. You can just look up like thousands and thousands of online articles and tutorials, both in blog form and video form, and there's podcasts and stuff. So there's like tons of free resources. Like I didn't have to pay anything learning React. I learned everything for free. React and Angular both. I need to open up the store. should we just do it directly from here? Yeah, let's do it directly from here. We can close that, can close that, can close that. We can close that as well. Let's sign in. And.dev, cool. Alright, so store.open, we need this to be true. Save, there we go. Now I'm going to refresh. Alright, yes, there we go. Okay, Zod error. So we have the body correctly, user ID. This is what we are supposed to get. If we go here, the order schema just has a user ID of string, but for some reason it's an invalid type. What is an invalid expected object receive string? This is an object. Oh, is it a JSON string? Okay, we need to JSON.parse it apparently, I think. Let's see, let's make it into an object. Let's see if we actually need to parse it. Can I do it again? No, I'll need to refresh it. Yes. Yeah, it's a string. We need to parse it. Looks like it's not doing, Fastify is not doing that by default. Does it have a request.json or something? It does not. Yeah, I'll need to do it manually, that's fine. There should be a middleware though. Fastify JSON. JSON request. What is JSON? That's a thing? Huh. Alright, looks like there's a default parser. Application JSON and type. If content type is not these. Oh, if content type is not one of these. Good point. I need to set the header. Application JSON. There we go. Now it should recognize it. Refresh. And let's try this now. There we go. Nice. So this time it worked. Now we were redirected to the correct URL. We just don't have a page here. Perfect. If I go back here, get all items, we have our new order. Let's go. With my user ID, the order has been placed. It was created at this time. Nice. Should make it JSON. Okay, this is better. So this is the key we're using, order underscore the order ID. This is going to be the key of all our orders for now. Let's go back to our Nextjs application and make this page. Or actually, I first need a get endpoint here to get the order details. I have it somewhere here. There we go, order info for the customer. I'm going to put the comment back. So we have this. This time we are doing fastified. Actually, I should put this back. I need to do fastify app dot get API order ID slash customer. Let's do it slash customer slash order slash ID. Oops. I don't need the slash API, right? I can just get rid of that for now. Slash API, and from here as well. Let's just do slash order because that's where our backend is. We don't need an additional indicator that this is the API. And we just need to do this. Oh no, I forgot the slash ID. Now Copilot should know what to do. There we go. Does not exist on type of unknown. Deferred inference. Okay. How is it going to infer? It's not. Which means I can just do this manually. And now it's going to fetch the ID, the order with this ID, and it's going to send it back. Let's put this in a try catch. Error, we're going to send a 500. Cool. This should probably also be a middleware. Shouldn't have to do it here. Reminds me of a project we made last year. We had to use Express and MongoDB. Yeah. It's fun. Alright. Let's also make this a /customer. /customer/order, so that we know this is for the customer role. And here we can add, get rid of that. This is customer/order. Perfect. Now we can go to our order page here. Export default async order page. Oh, async function. There we go. We need the ID. Let's rename this to order ID. It's directly under customer. Is that fine? I don't think so. Let's make a new folder, orders, and put the order ID inside orders. And in here we can set the redirect to /customer/orders/order ID. There we go. Which means now we are looking at /order/the ID. There we go. Now in here we need to get this ID somehow. I should have not closed the Nextjs docs. Okay, dynamic, pages layouts, defining rows. There we go, dynamic segments. How do we get this ID? Okay, it's inside the thing, the props. It's good to know. Is it type safe? It's not. So we need to manually declare the types. How is it by, like, when you create a beta Nextjs app, by default it's going to be TypeScript? But why are there examples still in JavaScript? That's dumb. Alright, so I guess I'm going to have to define this manually for now. I have an order ID of string, and I can do an await, const result equals await fetch. Wow, good job, Copilot. Customer orders, is this correct? Customer order, okay, so we should make this orders. Should also make this orders, that's nice. And this is /customer orders. Don't need that. Don't save. Okay. And this is orders. Okay, cool. Let's JSON it. We need to define what an order looks like. I'm just going to copy the type from here for now. I don't have shared types for now. I don't want to set it up. I'll set it up later at some point, so that types can be shared between the front end and the back end. Oh wait, params is inside. Okay, so this is params like that. I'm going to, if result.status is not 200, are we returning a 200? Customer slash, yeah, returning a 200. So yeah, if it's not 200, we should return failed to load order. Let's put a 404 in here. Actually, this should be a I'm going to put the data. Data is not altered in this case. It's supposed to be the error message, I think. So this is a terribly type-safe way to do it. But I'm just going to fail to load order here. And here I'm going to return order status user, or let's say customer data dot user ID. Right, let's see if this works. Default export is not a React component. It is now. There we go. Nice. It works. Just need to make a better UI maybe. I cannot be bothered to do that right now. I'm very lazy. Well, we should at least make it look somewhat better. So just put this in a div. Class name. Did you get all of this done in 1 hour? No, I streamed yesterday as well. I was working on this. Most of this was done yesterday. Today I also got stuck yesterday on a course issue. I was trying to use the API package that comes with Ampt, but they didn't have any documentation on how to disable course in this, so I ended up trying to struggle with it a bit, trying to fix it. When I couldn't, I got rid of it and used Express instead, and the Express is course package. Today I changed that in favor of Fastify, which means I can get rid of all of this. I had all the endpoints yesterday. It's just like the course issue kind of got stopped me. And I also had this, we made this yesterday as well. So I wouldn't say like maybe like 3 hours, I would say, not 1 hour. Like maybe 2 hours of working yesterday and a little under an hour today. You're making it look too easy. I mean, there's not a lot of work done here. Also, that's the entire point of using things like Nextjs and Ampt, is that they make it very easy to do. If I was doing like a traditional React Express application, this would be a lot more difficult. Also, the fact that I have API endpoints here slows me down quite a bit. The only reason I'm doing this is because I want to switch out different implementations. But instead of this, if I was just putting both front end and back end together and deploying them both to Ampt, this would be much faster. Like instead of making this fetch call here, I can just do like const order equals await or the data, which is the same as this. I can do this thing here, data.get order, params.order ID, and this would be so much faster to do. But because I have separate implementations, I have to deal with REST APIs, which I hate. I wanna find a way to abstract this, but for now, I just want to get something out there working, which is why I'm doing it this way. Let's make it red, see how far this goes. Okay, this is just that. When we did it last year, I found it very difficult to keep track of everything with Express. Yeah, exactly. As soon as you, that's the problem with having endpoints like this, which like we just used to deal with it. But once I discovered what TRPC is and TRPC and Remix, these are the two things that like completely like blew my mind and made me realize that okay, we don't need to make REST endpoints. Fastify is just the same thing as Express. So there's nothing special about Fastify. It's just Express but better maintained and has more features. But Fastify is not the main, not the like, what's it called? Fastify is not the magic here. The main magic is in Next and Ampt. Fastify is still like, I still have to make an HTTP endpoints here with Fastify. The only reason I'm using Fastify yet right now is because they don't have documentation on how to add course headers with the Ampt API. As soon as they do that, I'll get rid of Fastify and use their API package. Similar APIs, there are some middleware router libraries. Yeah, Fastify is basically the same as Express. It's just easier to work with, and more actively maintained and faster, which is why it's called Fastify. Can get rid of this one. I should probably have this in here. Aren't you just need to specify a few headers? Yeah, I just don't know what the headers are, so I don't want to deal with it. If I can just do this, then I don't want to like do the research of what headers I need to have. All right. So we have this. If something goes wrong, we fail to load order. Let's make this better. Let's make this more beautiful. Let's give this margin. Let's first make this width, I guess, 1/3. Let's make this margin auto. Or instead of margin auto, we can do margin X auto, and we can give it my 16. We can add, I guess width 1/3 is not very good. Let's make this MX. I guess we can just get rid of that and give it some padding. Let's make this order. I hate doing CSS and line CSS stuff. Applied for an internship. They asked me to make a WordPress site as a take home. I'm embarrassed that I handed it in. Honestly, like inline CSS stuff is probably the fastest way to do it. Once you get a hang of it, once you wrap your head around Tailwind, this is going to be much faster. Like I used Bootstrap before this. I use AndDesign. I use Material UI. I've tried a bunch of UI libraries, and I've never been as fast as I am with Tailwind. So if you hate doing it, you should at least like give Tailwind a try properly for like a few weeks or so, and you will very likely notice how faster you are with it. Yeah, put some effort into learning Tailwind. It's going to absolutely pay off. Let me pull up my DoorDash on the side so that I can see how, like, I can get some inspiration for this page. All right. So looks like there's the name of the store on top. Then there's the date, the price, and then the information about the items. And then we can have the status. I guess the status can go right between. Let's do this PX20. Let's make PY 10 or something. Or let's get rid of that, try to make this a card instead, which means we can make it rounded. For this H1, I'm going to give it what was the color that I used for the other thing? Brown. Okay, I think this is amber. Ordering amber 700. Yeah, I'm going to use this one for that. Amber 700, which means I can get rid of this. Let's make this a border instead. Border white for now. Cool. Let's give it padding 6. Order, and you want to say that this is espresso. Color scheme looking kind of familiar. Yeah, I'm trying to, actually I should probably use my color here, this one. I can add it to my Tailwind config. I think how do I put colors again? Colors. Let's call it coffee. And I can use this here, PG coffee. What is that extension? This one? Eyedropper, color picker. It is very useful. You can pick a color from a web page, like whatever page you're on. Like if I'm here, I can use this, pick a color from web page. Let's say that I like this purple. I'm just going to try to go here, and now I have all the colors, or like all the formats for this one color. And there's also a history of all the colors that you have used or that you have picked up. This one here, this color is from my website. This color here that I try to put in most places, like my starting soon screen, my banners and everything. Yeah, I guess that's what you meant when you said this color scheme looking kind of familiar. So let's make it text white, since it's nice. I just think I like the color scheme of website, but I always looked at the CSS to find it. Yeah, this is a much faster way to do it. CSS is looking at the CSS is probably the more accurate way, I guess. Actually, no. This can be very helpful, especially if you have images, because you cannot find out what the color inside an image is from CSS, right? You have to look. You have to use something to pick it up. Coffee is great ran out today. Hey, my coffee's right here. My frappe. Let's make it text to Excel. Time to start growing and roasting your own beans? No need. That's pointless. Should we put the status here, or do we keep it under here? Let's make it that px6 and give it 3. What am I building today? I'm building Serverlesspresso. It's an online app for ordering coffee that's completely built on serverless technology. make it, this should be h2. What? Cannot find h2, are you kidding me? Let's make this text. I guess I don't need the text white here. Bunch of serverless functions set up on AWS Lambda or something, edge functions. I'm a Winston, thanks for following. So we're using Ampt for this one. So yeah, it's going to end up as a bunch of serverless functions on AWS Lambda, yeah. But we are not like directly writing and deploying to Lambda. We are using abstraction, like tools on top of AWS, like Ampt, like SST, like Architect, like Clotho, things like that. Yes, so we're using Ampt for our first iteration. Once we have something working, once we have like a decent setup with most of the capabilities, we'll switch to something else. I might pick up Winglang after this. All right. I don't like this color mismatch. I'll stick to my Ember color. BG Ember. I think it was 500, right? 700, okay. 700. Oh, it's Amber, not Ember. I can status here because why not? Jamstacks, am I right? Unfortunately, no. This is not Jamstack. I only know Mern without React, so Men. I would say Mern stack is also an artifact of the past now. So there's no reason the Mern stack or the mean stack should still be a thing anymore. Just pick up a full stack framework like Remix or Nextjs. Font bold. Where is it? There we go. Font bold. I don't need to say customer this person because this is ideally scoped to the person who's making the orders. I should not be able to see someone else's orders. I should put the date here though. I don't know. I should get the date here from the backend somehow. Let's see. Let's find any console logs first of all and get rid of these. I know this works, so I don't need this here anymore. Now here, let's console log order and see if I'm getting all the details that I need. Full serverless would still fall under the Jamstack space. No, the idea with Jamstack is like Jamstack is a very specific thing, a very specific kind of an architecture that involves like highly decoupled services, the backend and the front end. Like the backends in a Jamstack architecture, the backends are usually like content management systems that like you don't necessarily write a lot of code for. Yeah, decouples the web layer from the rest of all the services, and the main point is that the rest of the services are CMSs and no code or low code tools, so that non-technical people can work on those, and then all your technical people can focus on the front end. So with something like Gatsby or Astro or 11t, so they can focus on the front end, and then there is a unified like layer in between, which is usually GraphQL, that you can consume from the front end, and that unified API layer integrates with all your different backend services. What we are doing here is the exact opposite of Jamstack. Especially like I guess it's not the exact opposite because we still have like, at least in this architecture, we have decoupled front end and the backends. Get some projects done. Thanks for advice. Yeah, of course. Anytime. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'll be streaming for like a few hours, maybe 4 to 5, maybe even more. So we have decoupled backend and frontend. So maybe you can say that we are like kind of following Jamstack approach, at least from the frontend perspective, because the frontend is decoupled from the backend. They don't care if the backend is like an Ampt service or if it's WordPress or whatever. But ideally, if you're using something like Ampt, you have the front end and backend coupled together and deployed together. And that's the opposite of what Jamstack is. Serverless functions are decoupled from backends. No, serverless functions are the backends. In the non-Jamstack way. So if I was making this application properly with Nextjs and Ampt, the serverless functions are the backends. In a Jamstack application, you either don't have serverless functions, or if you do, they are highly decoupled from your actual backends, which are your CMSs. Or any sort of a third-party service. So in a Jamstack approach, your serverless functions, like if you have Nextjs API routes, or if you have like Astro SSR, those serverless functions are like your backend for front-end functions. They're not your actual backend. All right, let's see what this order looks like. Do I have my created at date here? Oh, did it cache it? Oh, there we go. I don't have the dates here. How do I get the dates? This is just a document. I want the dates with it. Let's see. Setting multiple items, updating, getting items, there we go. So this would give me, oh there we go, meta. That's what we need. So if we make this meta true, is your new job big tech firm or a lean startup? It is a startup. I mean, there's 25 employees, so it's definitely not a big tech firm. But it's also like, I don't know if 25 employees counts as a startup. And it's also been around for like 3-4 years. What does the order look like now? Get response, okay. No, I'm doing developer advocate. I'm doing DevRel. I'm not doing DevOps, I'm not doing software engineering, I'm not doing application development. I am making YouTube videos for them, if you can imagine. Refresh. There we go, okay. Now we have key value created at modified, okay. This is what we needed. Alright. So we have get response of order. Let's see what this looks like. This here. I'm just going to define it manually again because I don't want to bother with. Get response has the generic. It has, let's see. Key is a string, value is t, and we have created and modified. Created. Let's make it a string for now, and let's see get response of order. Data.value.status, and let's console log it out to see what format we are getting the dates in. how long before I get to know more about the place of work? Here, I'll tell you right now. There we go. This is my employer. Oh, this is on the server. Alright, so it is a string, yeah. Which means I can make a new date out of it. Do I want Nextjs? I should get Nextjs. It's similar to Auth0, kind of, yeah. Big job reveal in the stream. Yeah. I'll do a lot of leaking and revealing in my streams if you guys show up more regularly. Yeah, go ahead and clip this. I don't like. The only reason I was keeping it under the wraps is because I didn't have my work authorization yet, and I didn't know when I would actually start. But I just received my my approval for work authorization from USCIS, which means I can start my job as soon as I graduate, pretty much, which is going to be like around Reactathon. Nice try. Nice try for what? Oh, nice try. Nice try for making everyone be on the stream. Like baiting everyone to show up, so because I am going to leak stuff. It's my undergrad. I am not doing masters anytime soon. I just did my undergrad in IT, and my job is making YouTube videos. What do you think I'm going to do with my masters? Oh, I do have 2 console log datas in here. Alright, do I want Nextjs? Let's try out Luxon. Looks like most people use Luxon these days. Grace likes, what's up? Master of tech twittering and YouTubing? Kind of, yeah. That's basically what, that's like part of the job description of most DevRel jobs. How are you? I'm doing great. How about you? Thanks for showing up in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure you drop a follow if you haven't already. Talk now. Install instructions. Thank you for the follow. Luxon. Okay, so I can come here, say install Luxon. Oh, whoops. I did not want to do Control C. Can I suggest you an idea for a stream? Of course. Please. Always looking for new content ideas. Let's install Luxon. Cool. Now how do I use it? Seems like OAuth is the main way to conduct authentication. Yeah. OAuth, most of the times, 99% of the, oh no, 99 is too much. 90% of the time, OAuth should be the way to do authentication. DevRels make how-to videos company for like they're like tech influencers. DevRel is a huge umbrella of things. Making videos is like one of them. If you want to know what DevRel is, you can check this out. It's a great resource written up by Hassan or Nutlope from Vercel, who tried to explain what DevRel is about. Yeah, there's like 3 broad umbrellas of like what kind of DevRel you want to be: community focused, content focused, or product focused. So clearly I'm going to be more content focused because these are things that I really enjoy doing. But there's also a lot of other things you can do as a DevRel. Think you should use logo, banner, and overlay in your stream? Yeah, I agree. I want to do those things. I'm just too lazy to set those up. Zero knowledge proofs are going to be a thing. I don't know what those are, unfortunately. Authorization and authentication. There's a difference between authorization and authentication. OAuth stuff is a way to do authentication, which is like, authentication is, is the user actually who they say they are? Which is like things like username and password, identity, multi-factor auth. So like the reverse of that, you can think of authentication is trying to prevent impersonation or like hacking into someone's account. That's what authentication deals with. Authorization is once you have shown who you actually are, once the system recognizes you, what resources in the application do you have access to? You're a graphic designer. I think I'm fine with, like, I can do a decent bit of graphics design myself. So I don't think I really need help with graphic designing at this point, but thanks a lot for offering. Do you have a portfolio of any sort that you can show? I would love to take a look. Grace likes. Doesn't OAuth provide protocols for authorization as well, like role claims? Yeah, so OAuth can help you with authorization if like you're reaching out to those resources. So for example, if you you'll be making your own emotes. Let me first get the subscribe button first. Like, we cannot even talk about emotes until I have a subscribe button. But yeah, so OAuth provides authorization. Like, let's say you need the information from the Google API on behalf of the user. That's when you need authorization from OAuth. If you're just using it to identify a person in your own system, then you're only using it for authentication. Send you my Discord. What is my Discord? My Discord. There, that's my Discord. I might make my own emotes, I don't know. I'll worry about that once I get the subscribe button. All right, let's, okay, so that's how we import it. Mobby Keys, thanks for the follow. All right, datetime. Let's see, how are we going to use datetime? Accept my request. You can send messages. I'll look at those when I'm done streaming. There we go. Give me a second. There we go. All right. I also thought OAuth was primarily meant for authorization. Yeah, OAuth is needed for authorization for reaching out into that specific service. So like Google OAuth can be used for authorization if you're accessing Google resources. LinkedIn OAuth is used for authorization if you're reaching into LinkedIn resources. But if for your own resources, for your own system, you're using it as authentication, not as authorization. You have your own authorization. You'll have to implement your own authorization in that case for your own system. Check my, yeah, I'll take a look at that after I'm streaming. Thanks a lot, Grace. Why are you complaining? Oh, I installed it in the wrong package. Fuck. Can I do uninstall? Luxon. I need to install on the front end. npmi Luxon. Alright, now we npm run dev. Is Moment dead now? Pretty much, yeah. Moment is way too big and like not maintained enough. I think the Moment.js, the maintainers of Moment.js themselves recommend you to not use Moment. Yeah, there. There may be better modern alternatives. Here, project status. Where's the... Yeah, there's a lot of different articles on why Moment is basically unnecessary. And there's also, yeah, Moment is pretty much dead. There are other better libraries that you can use. And also there's the temporal API that's coming soon. Hopefully, it's on stage 3, but hopefully it gets passed quickly. This brings a lot of those functionalities into the browser, so you don't even need a library with the temporal API. Yeah, Moments API is nice. It's just their implementation is not nice. And there's a lot more features in the browser now, and also a lot more features coming soon in the browser. Oh, do I also need the types? Are you kidding me? I hate libraries that don't come packaged with types. Like, just write your libraries in TypeScript. All right, how do I use it now? Quick tour. Datetime right now, datetime from object. Okay, so there should be a datetime from ISO. Looks like this is what we need. Yeah, that's an ISO string, I think. Yep. So let's say, is this the correct one? Oh, this is the placer order. I'm in the wrong folder. I need to be on this page. Import it here. Don't need it here anymore. And now I can say, let's see if Copilot knows what I'm trying to do. Perfect, perfect. Thank you very much, Copilot. I don't see it here because I probably need to refresh. It broke the WebSocket connection. TypeScript's great. I love TypeScript. Yeah, exactly. Native dates should be easier to use. They're going to be with the temporal API. More or less a Lodash, I think, from the past with native functions. Yeah, Lodash is still pretty useful though. All right, let's make this. Let's see, what do we have? Do we have a dot format? To format. All right, so let's see what format we can have. Yeah, paid Copilot. Did you get the invite? Invite is not a thing anymore. You have to pay for Copilot unless you're a college student or just a student in general. Students get it for free. And I am still a student for at least another month. So I have it for free at least for another month. Dot format. Do they have a search? They don't have a search. Come on. Formatting your datetime. There we go. Formatting. All right. So I want. Let's let Copilot do this. Copilot has been helping. Yeah, I mean, you just saw Copilot generated all of this. I didn't have to write it, and it looks pretty good. It doesn't look bad. You can probably, like, py3 is probably a little too much. You can make this pb3, and here I'm going to say format date as follows: Saturday, April 15. Let's say 9:00 a.m. and watch Copilot do the magic. Does that work? Yeah, look at that. We can probably get rid of seconds, so date time. I don't need seconds here. I can just do this. There we go. As a fresh graduate out of college, did you take any AI courses? I did not. Are AI courses a thing? I didn't know that AI courses were a thing. I can probably just get rid of that and have the date. I don't need this div here. I think I can put this here. Yeah, and I should probably move this up. Have the date first. Justin Chang, hey, how's it going? Aren't we all students of life? Yeah, kind of. When you put it like that, it makes sense. But unfortunately, the only thing that matters is, does GitHub think we are students? If GitHub knows, or if GitHub believes that we are students, it'll give us Copilot for free, yeah. So all you have to do is to convince GitHub that you are a student of life. I have not seen AI shell from Builder, but Builder.io is just doing some fucking crazy stuff, and yeah, everything that they do is just like crazy awesome. Let me message Satya Nadella. Do it. All right, status placed. Let's also put this image here because why not? I should also put the $4.99 in brackets. Let's see what this is. A CLI that converts. Oh, this is nice. Wait, huh. Okay, I need to show this to one of my friends because he was trying to build something exactly like this. So I'm gonna need to show this to my friend. Thanks for letting me know. This is pretty nice. I have this image here that I can put here, right next to this, which means I should probably also have all of this flex stuff in here. I guess I need a header here. Oops, why is my caps lock on? And all of this, or at least this, goes in here. There we go. Let's make it flex. Why is the flex not working? Oh, because the image is inside the H2. Let's fix that. And let's get rid of this warning. Not like that. It's probably a little too big for this screen. Let's make it 50. M3 is too much. I probably need it on the x-axis at the very least. Need to know some obscure bash shell syntax, just write it in English using AI shell. Yeah, that's pretty nice. How do I do the item center? Can I apply it here? Item center. There we go. P6. I think I can just do Py6 now and make this 3. Oh, let's make it 6 here. Cool. Let's make it ML6 on the right. We can just put a gap here. Gap of, let's say, 3. How does that look? There we go. Let's also make how do you stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time? There is a free OBS plugin that lets you do that I did not know about. I asked I was talking to Theo about how should I multi-stream or not, and he told me about the free plugin. Let me try to find the link for you. I'll have to. Oh, there we go. This one here, multiple RTMP outputs. So you can add multiple outputs, not just one. I've only added one for the Twitch, and OBS is connected directly to YouTube, but you can add like a lot more. So you don't even need Restream. It's pretty nice. There. Do you stream, Justin? Are you Justin, or how do you say your name? Justine? Justin? Are you going to multicast to LinkedIn? I might. It's actually not a terrible idea. For these like live coding streams, I don't know. But if I do like any, like some of my past streams were like explainers. Like my first stream was reactive programming. I did one on getting jobs. And I also did a game show a couple days ago. So if I do more of those streams, I might multi-stream to LinkedIn and Twitter as well. For now, I'm just for now it's just Twitch and YouTube. Mainly, I'm trying to get the affiliate badge on. Did you? Okay, it looks like we had some people on YouTube that I didn't really notice. Justin is right. My mom decided to add an extra E. She didn't know it was a girl's name. Yeah, that's fine. I'm doing more streaming now. I want to make content and stream. Mind if I plug the link here? Yes, please. Do you stream on Twitch? On this account? Because then I can just do this. I'm also going to drop you a follow so that next time you stream, I'll try to show up. Okay, I think this looks pretty good for now. Let's add a heading here. Orders. Oops. I want to use Ampt. h1.text3xl. Let's make this orders. Oh wow. Let's make it text center. Let's give it some margin from top. 10 or 9. Cool. And for this one, I can just do mx 16 and do my. Let's go with 5. Cool. These are probably too big. Let's make this LG. Here's my YouTube. Nice. What do you got on your YouTube? Firebase. Wow, you're really selling out to Firebase, aren't you? It's nice. You got shorts. You got live streams as well. Awesome. This is great. Go drop a subscription. Oh, there you go. Here. Cool. So this is my order. Status is placed. Don't have much else here. Yeah, Firebase is. I'll say Firebase is good. I wouldn't say it's great. I would say it's good. Next series will be about something else. What is that something else? What else are you planning on working on or talking about? Superbase? That'll be fun. Alright, so we have our list of orders here. Should we start Pocket Base? Who remembers Facebook's parse? I don't know what that is. I don't remember that. Alright. I think You're making a series on setting Turbo Repo, Nextjs, Express, gRPC, Prisma all together. I'm pretty sure that already exists. But yeah, I mean, just pick. That just sounds like create T3 Turbo. Yeah, create T3 Turbo. You're just talking about this, right? Just take out React Native, but everything else is the same. Express with Nextjs and gRPC? No, that sounds like a terrible idea. If you have Nextjs, why do you need Express? Do it from scratch, solve bugs? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. The only thing I would say is that oh wait, you have Express in there. Why do you have Express in there, Justin? Turbo Repo, Nextjs, Express, gRPC, Prisma. Why do you need Express if you have Nextjs already? And you have gRPC. I guess gRPC works with Express, but why do you need Express if you have Nextjs? If you have multiple front ends, you don't want the API to live in one app alone. Okay. And that still doesn't mean you need Express. Your Nextjs API can be used in as many front ends as you want. You don't need a separate API. It's the same thing. Alright, let's move this page into the customer so that we can have a separate page for the barista. And this is now /customer. Probably can drop Express. Yeah, I don't think you need Express at all. Oh, I need to save this. There we go. So now we have a /customer, which means we can have a /barista for the barista app. Now in here, I want to see all the orders. Still think middleware is kind of lame in Nextjs. I mean, Nextjs middleware is just like, it's a very different thing from, it's very different from Express middleware. The idea of the middleware is very different in Nextjs. Nextjs middleware is like this one piece of code that runs as an edge function, and in Express, the middleware is just something that you have on your server. So they're like architecturally, they're very different things. Alright, let's see what we want on the barista side. Export default function. Let's make it an async function. Barista app. I don't know if I want this to be an async function just yet. I'm going to keep it there anyways. Return. I'm going to say h1 dot text xl 3xl. This is barista app. Let's go to barista. Let's make it text center. Let's give it my3 Serverlesspresso. Let's remove the app. Serverlesspresso barista. There we go. Now we want, first of all, we want the barista to be able to close and open the store. So let's actually not have this text center. Instead, let's make a header. this is going to be a flex, and I need a div here, and here I'm going to say, I guess I don't need a div, I can just add a button. And I can say close store. There it is. Now let's make it, how do you put it on the ends? Is it justify? Justify between? Yeah, justify between. I'm going to add some margin. Let's add 6. 6 is not too much, that's fine. Let's make the button, let's see what Tailwind can do this with this button. Camber 700. What else you got, Tailwind? Rounded, EX, PY, text white, font bold. Alright, let's see what this button looks like. Not bad. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I wanted. Quite fleshed out one just yet in Nextjs. The DX is a little bit jank. Wonder how it works with the new app directory server components. Yeah. Route handlers are different from middleware, correct. Not bad. So I just don't want these to be in separate lines just yet. There we go. Get rid of that. Alright. So we have the close store button, but we only want this to be if the store is actually open or not, which means yeah, we're going to make a request. Let's add an endpoint to our backend to figure out if the store is closed or not, which I think we already have somewhere. It should be a .get store. There we go. Yeah. So open store, close store, where's the .get store info? There we go. Store info. I want this for the barista. I guess it doesn't matter who is it for. I'll just put this in here anyways. Store open, yeah. So this is now our way to figure out if the store is open or not. Let's see if, cool. Oh, not orders. I want /store. JSON. Do I have meta? I don't have meta. Okay. So this is just going to be a boolean. Open, true or false. This is open boolean. If it's not 200, is it 200? Yeah, it's 200. If it's not 200, console log and return something went wrong. I'm too lazy to do better error handling for now. So now what I need to do is make this a client component. So let's make this, let's call it toggle store .tsx. Gotta go. Thanks for showing up, Justin. Nice to have you here. This is our client component. We need mutation for sure. I don't want a router just yet. So export const toggle store. It's going to take an argument, open boolean, and that's going to decide which button are we showing. So let's first copy this button, and if we are open, then we are going to show this button. If we are closed, we are going to show a separate button. Open store, there we go. And now we can use this here. Like so. Cool. Now let's also add endpoints to open and close the store. So let's say open store, or let's just call it toggles. No, we'll keep it separate. See, I'm not typing anything. It's all Copilot. Fun, isn't it? I just have to press tab, enter, tab, enter. I think pretty much everything is all right. Now I can go to toggle store, make some mutations. I guess if it's toggle, I should just make it a single endpoint. So open, I should say open slash close store. And now I first need to determine if the store is open or not. Do they have any sort of like transactions? Because if I'm doing a write immediately after a read, might run into some issues. But looks like they don't have transactions just as of yet. So we're just going to do it without transactions. On store. Now we want data.get first. Store open. And we're going to set it to the opposite of open, let's call it status, or let's just call it open. And we set that. Let's return the new status. Yeah, that's it. So put on barista slash store is going to toggle this. Const toggle store, await fetch. Yep, this is going to be a put. I don't need to give it a body. Yeah, it's just a toggle, so we don't need to send a request body with it. Data, that's a new one. Console.data, throw new error, fail to toggle store. There we go. And I think we should just refresh the page when this happens. So I guess we do need router. Let's import this from next navigation. And now we can router.reload. No, router.refresh. There we go. Now these both buttons are pretty much the same thing, which means I can probably get rid of this, and in here I can say that. Cool. And I can attach the onClick. I don't know why it doesn't work like that. It really should. Bognog, thanks for the follow. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for hanging out here. How are you doing? Close store. So if I click this now, fail to toggle store. Oh, I'm sending 201 here. I need to. 201 is created, so I should just send 200. And here now I have this. Anything go wrong here? So if I close store, didn't work. Did it work? Let's see. Get all items. let's go back to, how do we do table? There we go, table. Nope, I don't see it here. Store open value is true. All right. If I click close store, nothing is happening. Let's try to figure out why. Oh, we should add a disabled here. And we should add a disabled opacity. That's cool. And let's go to our backend and see why this is having issues. This is the put request. This is the put request. Let's make a console. First time chatter. Bognog, how's it going? Let's make it toggling store. Console. This is the current status. Let's see if we see these logs in here. Going to refresh. Close store. Toggling store. Okay, so it's open true. Did it not set it? Oh, no, it did work. So it's false now, which means we should be seeing open store here, which we are not. Oh, I think I know why. If we go here, I think this is being cached. So if I do a hard refresh, yeah, this is being cached. We don't want this to be cached. Browsing dev channels, what is Ampt? Great question. No, it is not short for Ampt. Getamp.com. This is Ampt. It's a cloud tool. They call it infrastructure from code. So if you have heard of infrastructure as code, where along with your application code you write some additional code that configures your infrastructure so that you don't have to configure your infrastructure manually, Ampt instead just allows you to avoid your infrastructure code altogether, and it just infers your infrastructure dependencies from your code. It is not short for Ampt.js. CryptoBoy, stop spreading lies in my Twitch chat. I don't like how these are multi-line when they don't have to be. Is it yours or just implementing it? No, it's not mine. I'm just using it. I'm testing it basically. This and a few other tools similar to this. And to the Sci-Fi company, New Zealand? No, it's not. It's a very sophisticated cloud tool. Okay, give it some respect. How do we prevent caching? Cache, fetch, there we go, no store. So we need to do this inside our fetch here. Toggle store, this one here. Alhajevanu12, thanks for the follow. Cache, no cache. Is no cache a thing or is it no store? Oh, what are the values? Force cache, default, no cache, no store. What's the difference between no store and no? Hello, I'm new here. Nice to meet you. Remote server every request without looking at the cache. So that's no store. So I guess we want no store. If you hadn't told me what Ampt was, I would have assumed it's a TS wrapper for Amplify. I mean, you can kind of think of it as a much better Amplify. I mean, Amplify is already a TypeScript specific thing, but Ampt is just a much better way to do the same thing. I am working on Serverlesspresso. I am building Serverlesspresso. This is an application that AWS built to showcase how you would build a production grade application with their serverless tools. It's an application that uses a lot of serverless capabilities, a lot of EDA architecture things. So I'm just piggybacking off of their design and using it for other serverless tools instead. I need to make like a command. I need some bots in here. Have you worked with Remix? I have not worked with Remix, but I have worked a little bit with Solid Start and SwellKit, which are pretty similar to Remix, and I have a pretty good idea of what Remix is. So I can talk about it a little, but I don't have any first-hand experience working with Remix. All right, open store. There we go. Close store, open store. Cool. So this now works. All I need to do now is I can have my main in here. Cool project, thanks. Nice idea, thanks. Let's make it article, I guess. Let's keep it main. You might have two mains in here, but I don't much care about semantic or accessibility. If the store is not open, so if data.open, then I'm going to show all the data, all the orders. If not, store is closed. Please open to start accepting orders. Store is closed. Please open to start accepting orders. Perfect. Let's make it NH2. Let's make it 2XL. Let's make it text center. Decided to switch to Twitch today because you ignored the YouTube chat yesterday. What's up, Horace? Thanks for hanging out. Were you in my YouTube chat? Yeah, I think I might have. Like, there's not a lot of people on YouTube, and even if they are, they don't chat a lot. Like, I have 3 people watching on YouTube right now, but they're just not talking. So what can I do? Hey, YouTube people, say something. I'm looking at YouTube chat. What programming languages do you know not from WebDev? C++, a little bit. I did C++ like a long time ago, and a very little bit of it, just like studying in school. So I can't really build anything in C++ anymore. Yeah, that's it. Other than that, I know a little bit of C#. I know quite a bit of PHP. I used PHP for a couple years. I built stuff with PHP, unfortunately. Horace, it's great to have you here, but you're not following. How come? Alright, let's... store is open. Please close to stop accepting orders. No, I don't want to do that. I just want to show them the orders. Alright, so let's open store, and now we should be able to see the orders. I'm looking for how to do that right now. What do you mean? Is this your first time? Oh. Ibrahim, what's up? There we go. Thanks for following. Also, thanks for following Jay the developer. Ibrahim Ben Salah on YouTube chat. How's it going? See, I do see my YouTube chat. It's just sometimes I have another tab open or something, and I tend to ignore it a bit, I guess. Now I want the orders list here to be updated in real time. There's going to be a WebSocket subscription, which means I probably should not put all the orders here as on the server. The orders component should be a client component so that I can have a WebSocket subscription. Which means let's make an orders.tsx. Let's make it export. Function queries the orders. Sure, I can use this here, and I can put this here instead. Import it from there. Let's make sure this is use client. There we go. Now comes the WebSocket part. Do you know about John Blow? and his lecture Collapse Civilization. I've heard a lot about Jonathan Blow. I unfortunately haven't actually seen any content or like any of his stuff. How are you doing, sir? I'm doing great, Ibrahim. How are you doing? Yeah, if there's anything interesting about John Blow, please link it in here, and we can probably just watch it here. Like, I might react on stream if there's something really interesting that John Blow is doing. I would love to do some reaction content here. Alright, now we have to do some WebSocket stuff. Before that, I'm going to take a quick break and go to take a pee. So I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. let's see. Is anyone else struggling with the mental model of nesting client server component? Like, unless I put use client on top, is it always guaranteed to be a server component? For now, I think yes. I think they're still working on deciding how it's going to work with third-party libraries and stuff, because like obviously the third-party libraries cannot be expected to like refactor all their code bases and put use client everywhere. Also, with a lot of third-party components, you might want to use them as server components or as client components, whatever fits better. So they're still working on figuring that out. But for now, for the components that you're creating in your code base, you have to put use client for them to be a client component. If you don't, they're going to default to server components. And if you're struggling with the mental model, just go with server components by default, and you only need client components if you have state, or if you have like use effect, use state, or if you have event listeners. So unless you need state and you need event listeners, basically like if you need interactivity on the client side, that's when you need client components. If not, just stick to server components. Most of your components should be server components. Like here, this is a client component because I want this to be a I want it to be a WebSocket subscription here, which means I need to figure out how to do WebSockets, which I haven't done in a long time. I mostly just use socket.io, but for this one, because I don't have a socket.io server, I'll just have to use native WebSockets. So let's see how to do WebSockets. Or let's set up WebSockets on this server first. It's going to be a fun thing to try to do. So let's see. So WebSockets right here. We can import it from the SDK. Let's do this. Let's have. Okay, looks like I'll need to take another break, a slightly longer break. So I'll be right back. I know I just took a break, but I'm sorry about this. this time I think I'm done with all the breaks. We can get back to work. Thanks for the new follows, T1MP4V2 and Amur Sri. Is it Sri or Shri? I think a smart strategy would be to start streaming just before Theo and Primogen end streaming. Yeah, that would be smart. As long as like I'm also available to stream at that time. So I'll have to adjust my schedule a bit to make sure that I'm streaming at those times. All right. Let's see. So we have WebSocket stuff going on here. Cool. Let's get some of this in here. So that's our HTTP. Let's add our WebSocket stuff. Socket connection. Where do we get socket connection from? Do we need it? We don't. Shouldn't need this as well. Yeah. So just definitions. Can we have filters here on message? Let's expand this a bit so that we see the sidebar. There we go. No, it looks like it's just a on message. So in here we have to manually look at the data and figure out what is happening. Cool. So on connection, let's put a console.log connected to let's make it a template string, client connected connection ID. Oh, is it connection.connection ID? Yeah. And same thing here. We can get rid of both of these. Reason. Okay, let's also put the reason here. Reason. Alright. And now WebSockets, JavaScript. Let's see. There we go. So this is our socket. We are going to put it in a use effect. And empty array for now. This is our socket, but instead of localhost, this needs to be this domain here, like so. Right? Do they have any? I think this should be fine. This is it. And once we have the socket, we need to return a cleanup. I guess we can put this up here, and in the use effect we only need to connect to it, right? Oh, this creates a connection, so we also need to put this in the use effect. Don't even need WSS. We might need WSS. Let's see, if this doesn't work, I'll try to make a WSS. Yeah, I'm assuming because this is a development environment put in the cloud, we might have to do WSS. Just like how all the endpoints are by default HTTPS. Let's see. Connection opened. Listen for messages. How do we close the connection? Close. Okay. So we're going to return socket.close. Perfect. And in close code and reason. So we can put the sure component and mounted. Okay, we'll just go with this for now. Now what we need to do, what do we need to do? Add event listener. Dot open. We need a dot open, on open. Oh, open event is fired, okay. So let's do a socket on open, socket that send, what is this? Subscribe, okay. Nice. Alright, so I guess I have an orders topic now. I should take a look at my diagram because I think I have some of this set up already. So what we are doing right now is this, which means, yeah, this is a topic, true. Let's call it barista underscore orders because we might have a separate one for, the customer. So this one we are subscribing to the barista orders topic. Yeah, let's see if we receive this on the backend. You can come in here, .on message. If a message content is JSON formatted, it is automatically parsed and passed as an object. Cool. I feel like there must be a WebSocket package to abstract some of this boilerplate. Yeah, there probably is, but like there's not too much boilerplate. We're fine with this. And at some point when I'm done like implementing this, I'll probably like abstract this in my own library so that I can switch out front-end implementations. Like if I want, like this front-end I'm building in Nextjs. If I want a different front-end in Solid Start or maybe in SwellKit or in Remix, in that case I would just abstract this out into a library that's specific to this Serverlesspresso implementation. There's not too much boilerplate, it's fine. I would definitely want my own abstraction on top of this so that, yeah, I should definitely do it in jQuery. Socket.io is a lot more useful if both the client and the server are in Socket.io. But the server is not in Socket.io, this is Ampt. So I might as well just use the native one. So I should have the action and topic here on message. Let's console log message received, see what data we get here. Open false. Okay, let's go in here. So refresh. Messed out with WebSockets and things get annoying with handling reconnects and edge cases. Yeah, this is a relatively simple use case. I'm not expecting to really run into too many edge cases. Let's put some console logs here. Socket opened. And let's see if we see it in here. WebSocket connection failed. Okay, so this probably needs to be WSS. It does not. Okay. Open. I don't know where these are coming from. Oh, these are from the toggle. Okay. Let's clear this then. Refresh. Huh. Okay. So I'm not sure what the WebSocket endpoint is that I need to connect to. Let's see if this gives us some hints. WebSockets are only available /_WSS is out. That makes sense. The suffix will not be required. Okay, sure. So let's do this. I need to add /_WS. Let's see now. There we go, socket open. Cool. Message received. Oh, this is ID and this is object. Okay. Alright. Let's get rid of the data from here and let's put it in like that so we see the data. Refresh. There we go. Subscribe, topic, barista orders. Cool. Alright, so let's add an if statement. Let's first declare the what the data is going to look like. It's any here, so we can add type socket action. I'll say socket data. This has it's an action and a topic. So action and topic. You might have data in the future. For now, it's just these two. Alright, so if data.action is subscribe and data.topic is what's the thing? Barista orders. If this is it, then we want to send all the current orders, so let's do that first. Const orders equals this is not an async function. Await data.list. I need to put a star here. Meta true. I just do data.get. What is it? Data. Oh, it's I need to rename it. What should I rename it to? Socket data for now. So now this can be data.list. Data.list is not a thing. Data.get. Order. This is not an array. Okay, let's take a look at this. Getting items. This will return an items array with all keys, names in the namespace collection. Alright, so let's first see what this looks like. Console log orders. Refresh. Client connected. Subscribe undefined. What? Why is it undefined? Interesting. I guess its namespaces have to be by colon, and I'm using underscores. Yeah, I think the namespaces might be defined by the colon, which is kind of an issue. I guess I can change it to be colons, like that. Let's order underscore. Using it here, here, and here. If I remove the star, what happens? Still undefined. Okay. No, the colons. The colon needs to be in the IDs. So if you look here, this is an order underscore. There's no colons here. What's up, Nextjs? How's it going? Oops. So I guess I need to change this to order colon. Order colon. Place all. Now I can put a star here, which means I should probably change this to colon. I already have another one with colon here, so that's fine. Is there a save button, or is that it? Is it real time? It is not. Can I change the ID? I cannot. That's fine, I'll just use the other one. Alright, save this. Let's see how it is now. Refresh. There we go. Yeah, so that works. Now we have a successfully ratio theoed. You did. Congratulations. Alright. but the problem is, oh, get batch response, awesome. So it automatically detected the star and it knows that it's a batch response, which means if I do orders, orders dot, it has next, items, and last key. Perfect. Template literals for the win. Yes. So now all I should need to do is connection dot send barista orders. Now this is the topic. On the topic of barista orders, this is action. I should just say data orders, or should I just do orders.items? I'll just send all the orders. And now on the front end, where's my front end? I should get, I should close some of these things. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. There we go. And now here, socket dot, when I get a message, let's see what the event is like. Message from server. I'll just put the whole event here. There we go. Event. Where is the data? There we go. Our data is in a string. Cool. Do I have Zod here? I do not. npmi Zod. Now let's import Zod, or let's say, what's that? Order schema z dot object. So what do I have in here? I have a topic and data. Let's call it message schema. I have a topic, which is a string. I have data, which is an object. Now in here, I have items, which is key value. I have last key. I have next. Okay. Oh, next is a function. How am I getting next in here then? Interesting. So let's see what items I'm getting. z.array, z.object. This has, what does this have? An ID. It has user ID. It has status, yeah. Let's see if our payload passes the schema. It's also const message equals this, console log message. This is probably going to throw an error. Yeah. Required invalid type, data items, 0 ID. What's going on? You know what? I'm too lazy to do a Zod schema. I'll just let's just JSON parse event data. Let's see what this looks like. Why is there an error here? Oh. Refresh. Alright, so I have topic, I have items. Oh, created, key, modified, and then the value. Okay, that makes sense. So let's type order items. So this is What do I have in here? Our order items message. Let's say I have the topic, these are orders. I have data that has items, and inside items I have created key, created, string, modified, string, and the value, which should be ID status user ID. Status user ID. There we go. And I'm going to declare const data order items message. There we go. Now let's console.log data to verify that this is the schema. Oh, why are you importing console? Cool. Now we can have some state. User ID instead of user ID, doesn't really matter. Use state. Let's make it. Let's actually pull this out into type order item, and here we can order item instead, and here I can order item instead. Import orders, set orders, and now I can set orders data.items. Cool. Let's const is loading, is true or false, set orders, and then set loading is false, which means I can loading. Cool. UL. Okay. Thank you, Copilot. There we go. Now we can probably copy a little bit of this from our customer endpoint in here. Let's copy this whole thing, and we can use it for this. This is an li. We have the key, date time. Let's import this from Luxon. Data.created. This should be order.created. Order.value.status. Cool. Nice. We got our customer endpoint. Wouldn't you get an error if you tried to access .user_ID? No. Oh. Huh. That's what you meant. I'm sorry. My bad. It is user ID. I am dumb. Let's look if we have this issue somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, fortunately I wasn't accessing user ID yet. So thanks for pointing that out very much. See, this is the issue with not having shared types between your front end and the back end. All right, now I don't need to have this beautified like this. I mean, I guess I need more additional information here. So after this, I should have a P. Yeah, user ID. Cool. User ID 1234. Nice. I can just put this inside the bold. Actually, no, this is fine. Why is it not vertically centered though? I don't know. So this is the user who this is for. status placed. We should have a button here to set the status. TRPC, am I right? Yeah. Fuck yeah. TRPC or the remix patterns. I personally like remixes patterns a lot more, and it's great that Nextjs and like pretty much every full stack framework is now following remix, which is great because remix did a great thing, which is that they follow CQRS. All right, let's put this inside. CQRS event sourcing is awesome. Yeah, I think I'm like very close to changing, like making this event sourced. So for example, there's order ID, and I think what I might do is like data.set order ID, not that, and I can add just an event here, created or placed. So it's pretty easy to do event sourcing with a key value store like DynamoDB. See, this is like this is another one, like another one of those reasons why I hate SQL, because everything has to be so fucking structured. But with key value stores like this, you can just do this and you have event sourcing. Like this is literally event sourced. You have the aggregate ID and you have the event. And place true instead of this, you can like add the date here, add the user ID and everything. User ID, we don't need it for this event. Like for now, we only need the ID itself. So like this is how we started. We don't need the status here anymore because now we have events. So you can just look at the events. You can just look at the latest event and figure out what's happening. I have to like figure out the model. Like if I'm going to do event sourcing here, I need to figure out what the model is going to look like. Right now I don't want to bother, but I might run into issues with this trying to make this into EDA. We'll think about it when we get there. CQRS is command query responsibility segregation. So command queries or like read or writes are separated between. So whenever you're making an API, you just separate them with commands and queries instead of like REST and stuff. So like GraphQL, queries and mutations, same thing as CQRS. Remixes, loaders and actions, same thing as CQRS. Anytime you separate communication as read and write, it's just CQRS. I really want to get into Kafka. Event sourcing has been a useful pattern to me. Spin up an infinite amount of different read models. Yeah. Although like Kafka is not a good tool for event sourcing. Kafka is not an event store. Kafka is just a pub/sub thing. If you're doing event sourcing, you need an actual database and not just Kafka. I hope you know that. Using Kafka for event sourcing is like one of the... It has event sourcing built out of the box. It's not really. Kafka is not a good place to like store your events permanently. You should almost certainly have an actual database to store your events. And Kafka should just be your stream. Kafka should not be your event store. It should be your event stream. There's a difference there. All right, I want a button here to update the status, which means I can wrap this in a .flex, not in all caps. And I'll have a button. Thank you. SVG, I don't need SVG. Prepared. Oops. Let's give it my3. That's way too big. Why is it that big? Oh, that's why. think P3 is fine, which means I shouldn't need the margin. I do need the margin. No, I want it to be rounded on all sides. And let's make it justify between. Yeah. And instead of px py3 here, we can add them here. Which means I probably don't need this anymore. Oh, I do. Sorry, I don't need this anymore. Cool. So clicking on this should change the status to prepared. Donnie, what's up? For some reason I thought you were also into Vim. I am not. Thank you for the follow and thank you for showing up. How's it going? We are just talking about event sourcing. Cool, so you can click on this, you'll mark it as prepared. Should it send, we have a WebSocket connection open already, so we can just make it a WebSocket message. You don't have to make it an HTTP request. That's cool. Which means we should probably start defining our messages. Which means we need to take a look at this again, and we should start creating some schemas. So let's make let's namespace this stuff, because why not? Namespace, let's call it barista. We have our type of subscribe to orders. I wish I was into Vim. I get bullied for not using it. You hang out in Primogen's chat too much, I think. Just stop watching Primogen and you will not get bullied for using it. Actually, since the topic is going to be the same, let's just say type of topic barista orders. Change this to that. Actually, this is it's usually the other way around. Namespace orders. So say subscribe. Just use key bindings and VS Code. Yeah, I have the extension for it. I just don't use it. Will you have these VODs on YouTube? I will. Yes, all these VODs. I am streaming on YouTube right now as well. So if you want the ability to just like go back a few more seconds or a few minutes, you can do that right now. If not, the VODs are going to be up. YouTube now has the live tab. Don't even mention doing dev on Windows over there. Yeah. So if you go on the live tab, all my VODs are here, and I'm also live right here. Alright, so you can subscribe to the topic. You can unsubscribe. I think unsubscribe is just a disconnect. So yeah, I'll throw this in here because why not? What else can you do? You can prepare the order. Oh, this should also go here. So let's call it type prepare, action prepare, topic, and I want data to be string. So data is just going to be the order ID. Pickup is customer, so it's going to be in a different namespace. Cool. The problem, I can just make it a ref. So const socket ref, use ref, and I can just say here socket drift.current equals socket. Cool. Which means now I have a function, prepare order item. Cool. Publish, the action is prepare. Action data is just the order ID. Order, I can do order.key. Yeah. And I have an on click. There we go. Prepare order. So this is going to send the WebSocket message to prepare the order. Then there's going to be an event. All right, so this is where we start doing some weird EDAs. Let's say type message is one of these. Let's get rid of that. It's const message query sorters message socket data. Adoran, thanks for the follow. Finally, after so much chatting. Do I need to declare this? Oh, exported members. Okay, I need to export it. And I need to export all of these. I'm just going to export this one. Oops. Alright. Not assignable. Okay, so I need to do this instead. There we go. So if message that action is subscribe, then we do this. So let's see. Does it know what subscribe? Cool. Do you ever do this TypeScript challenges? Yeah, I did a couple of them. I should do those on streams. Yeah, I might. And I have way too much stuff to do on stream already. Like I have I have at least 3 projects that I can work on stream. This is just one of them. Content machine. I'll be a content machine when I actually do the stuff on stream. Like this is the first time I'm streaming 2 days in a row, or I guess 3 days in a row, because I streamed on Friday was the Miami Jam game show, then Saturday I started working on this, and today is Sunday. I guess technically it's Monday now, but I started streaming yesterday. So if I'm preparing, order ID is going to be message.data, right? Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, I only need to, yeah, that's if order return. If the status is not placed, return. I should probably throw an error there saying that, hey, you're trying to prepare an order that's already prepared. Putting stuff, Builder.io people have been putting out lately. Yeah, Builder.io is doing some crazy stuff. I mean, just Quick alone is crazy enough. And then they also have their CMS, they have their drag and drop builder, they have Party Town. And Steve is also like a content machine of his own. Like Steve's YouTube channel is basically it's a great place to just learn about web dev these days. Steve Builder.io. Yeah, he's just pumping out content now. His shorts are also great. And he figured out there's a thumbnail game. Actual useful stuff, yeah. Pretty much. Status prepared. Can I do dot notation here? I think I can do dot notation, right? Setting items. Updating. I'll just stick to this for now. That's fine. Yeah, order status prepared. And now what I want to have happen is that after this is set, everyone should get everyone who's subscribed to Barista orders should receive a notification about it. But I don't want to do it here because that's against the whole point of event-driven architectures, right? So basically, any updates to this order, any updates to any order, should be sent to every barista, and even like customers as well, or not every customer. I guess we only have one barista, but ideally, like, we might have more. I don't like, this is not the only place where I have the connection. This message is scoped to the barista that sent this message, or this function is scoped to the barista that sent the message. So I need to do it separately. That's going to be a fun one. All right, let's see. Let's try to figure it out. So we have data.on. Let's see, reacting to changes in data. We have created, updated. Yeah, so we're going to listen for created and updated. I guess we can do this as well. So let's listen to any updates on the orders, or order, not singular. This is going to give me the event, which is of type previous any. What? Really? I guess that's good if I have previous any, or I have previous and the current item, so I can compare the status and figure out what event to emit. That's definitely needed. Is there a type argument on the on function? There is, yes. I'm trying to find it. I saw it somewhere here. I guess I don't see it here. I guess there isn't. Could have sworn there was. Yeah, expect 0 arguments, so I guess not. Let's console.log event and see what we are getting whenever something like this happens. For now, this is prepared, which means if we click on prepare and then refresh, let's see. So let's go back here, refresh. I should get rid of these console logs. They're not needed anymore. Is there any console.log? Oh, there's quite a bit. Client disconnected, client connected. Sure, let's keep those. It's clear. Alright, now if I click on prepared, it did not do anything. Why did it not do anything? On click prepare order, socket ref.current. Do we not have a socket here? Console preparing order, console sending message to socket, and let's here listen for this message. Console.log preparing order. I guess I should have these orders message. So I do need console logs because nothing works on the first try. And we always need to debug stuff. Alright, prepared, sending a message, preparing order, cool. So this did happen, but we're not sure what happened here, so I should probably let's check in the data. Update available, reload. Okay, looks like they updated the UI while I was working on this. That's pretty nice. Let's change this to JSON. JSON. It's still placed, so something went wrong. What went wrong? Let's console order not found, return. Console order not in the place state. Console setting order to prepared. Cool. So all of this stuff should happen. Refresh. Okay, it is placed. Shipping features to product the rate of 10,000 per day. Yeah, it's not Amazon. Order not found. Why is the order not found? Let's put this back in the bottom. And make this smaller. Don't want to see that right now. Base the orders message. We subscribe to it. We said prepare. Oh, it's because we have order here. We just want the key. That makes sense. We just want the ID. So I guess we don't need this. I don't know. Let's go on the front end and fix that here. Order.value.id. The order colon thing should be encapsulated on the back end. Shouldn't have to do that. There we go. Now this should work. Refresh. Prepared. Setting order to prepared. Okay. I didn't see this though. Interesting. Alright, so this changed to prepared, but we did not see the event. Interesting. How did that happen? When name key filter. Oh, I need a order. I need this. That's why. Yeah, you're right, Adoran. Let's come back here and change this to placed. Nice. So this also subscribes to updating directly on the console. That's pretty nice. So we got the event name and we got the event item, which is nice. Which means we can const name item equals event previous. This type seems wrong. Also, if it's updated, I want to know the previous value as well, which I don't seem to have here. Event class has a name, item, and previous. Why do I not have previous? I'm just going to override the type event, order event. I'm going to say name is created or updated or deleted. Item is an order. Is an order? No, it's a meta order. Which is what again? There's an inbuilt type for this somewhere. No, it is. I think if we go, it should be up, should be here. There, get batch response. Let's see, get batch response. There we go. Key value. Right? Key value create modified, yeah. What's this project? Monka Frog. Thanks for showing up. This project is Serverlesspresso. Also, Croucher, thanks for following. 4 minutes ago, I missed your follow. We're building an online coffee ordering application with Nextjs and Ampt. Roy, what's up? Roy, this is your second time in my chat. How are you not following me? Come on. Is that what good friends are for? Is that what friends do? Show up in chat without following? Love a coffee app, yes. Monka Frog, thanks for follow. Roy, thanks for follow. Name is declared here. Event are incompatible, okay. Shut up, TypeScript. And the event is updated, so I'm expecting a previous here at some point. Let's see. Let's console log all three, see what we receive. E-commerce platform for caffeine-based products? Kind of, yeah. All right, let's see. Refresh. We subscribed, and now if we prepared, there we go. Oh, previous undefined. What the fuck? Why is the previous undefined? I have 17 viewers here. Is there any chance at all that someone from Ampt is watching? Or is it too late / too early again? I think it is. So, probably no one. How have I not heard of Ampt? Yeah, because it's pretty new. It used to be called Serverless Cloud, which is like the most confusing name ever. Serverless Cloud. Private beta also, yeah. So yeah, this used to be the project, but then they spun off into their own company because according to DaxRat, Serverless Inc. is a dying company. So this is a product that has way too much potential to be part of a dying company, so they spun off into their own company. Exclusive members only, yes. Even if you access like a request private beta, have you used serverless before? A serverless framework or serverless cloud? You've probably used serverless framework, which is the one where you have to define your functions and everything in a YAML file. This is different because you don't have to have any sort of infrastructure YAML definitions. It can automatically like just look at your code and figure out. Both? Nice. Well, then you know exactly what Ampt is in that case. Ampt is literally serverless cloud. It's the same product with a different name. Serverless as a service. That's a good way to put it. Alright, I was kind of banking on the previous being there because I need to compare the current status with the previous status to figure out what changed. And then I can publish the order prepared event, which can send a notification to WebSocket clients. But because I don't have that, I mean, they clearly say the previous state of item when the event is updated. It should be there. So I'm going to send another angry message on their Discord, looks like. Saying, I already did one yesterday about the core stuff. And this is going to be another one of these apparently. I'm gonna need to take a quick pee break. I'll be right back. And once again, thanks everyone for hanging out. I am not going anywhere, just taking a quick break, and I'll be right back. Back. Another angry message that explains exactly how the project is going. I mean, that's anything, and any beta product that you're trying is just, it's like the definition of beta is that you're going to send angry messages if you're trying to use it. That's how you define beta. Like if you look up in dictionary what a beta product means. No, it's not a joke, it's true. I know, I'm also making a joke. I'm playing along. Come on, don't spoil the joke by saying it's a joke. Yeah, if you look into the dictionary definition of what a beta product means, it means that the users are constantly sending angry messages to the developers. Once the angry messages stop, or once the angry messages get really, really angry, that's how you know you're out of beta. Tech Savvy Travi, what up? Is a listener update order? Is it only going to give me previous if I mention that I only want updated? Is that it? Wait, what was that? Oh, cool. So they're making pretty good use of TypeScript, looks like. It's not assignable because I need to make it updated. That's cool. Alright, let's see if it gives me the previous now. Yeah, template literals are fucking crazy. Let's go in here, change this to placed, save. Let's see, do we get previous? No, it's still undefined, so it's a bug. Let me take some screenshots and send it to them. Ampt here. Print screen. Let's make a mark on this. Oops, that's too thick. Very thick. Too big. according to the docs, the updated event is supposed to come with the previous state. But I don't see it. Wait, let me actually make sure by logging the entire event object, also logging the entire event object in case it might be under a different key. So I can go in here, it's placed, you click on that. Yeah, I only have the name and item, I don't have the previous. I should, just to be super sure, let's stringify it so that we see what's inside the value. That was a very intense moment. I was trying to make sure I hit the mute button before I sneeze. That was fun, that was challenging. Alright. I think I have another one coming. Alright, this one came with more of a warning, so I was able to hit the mute button much more comfortably. Alright, let's change this back to placed. Save. Let's see. Placed. Updated. Is this a new one? Updated. Alright, let me clear it and make sure I'm getting the newest stuff. Refresh. Prepared. Alright, we got the prepare request, we got updated event, key, value, this is the new state with the prepared status, and this is the entire event object, which still has this as an object. That's fine. But yeah, I'm not getting the previous state. But I don't see the previous state in the event. Alright, so I guess for now we have another blocker, but I'm just going to comment it out. And I guess I don't need to actually comment it out. I can work on something else in the meantime. Be like trash, full audio with bio noises. Yeah, I don't know if I'm a big fan of that. Actually, I didn't know trash did that. How long we have been streaming? 3 hours 39 minutes. So what else can we do here if we... Let's take a look here. Still a mods on trash channel actually, nice. So we cannot do these because we need WebSockets. So do we want to, if we change the status of an order? I started following trash after he farted on stream. Nice. That's what it takes. That's what it takes for a streamer to get a follow from you. Looks like you're not following me. So do I need to fart on stream to get you to follow me? Did you unfollow me, Horace? Really? After following me, you unfollowed me? Did you actually do that? You are following? Okay, it doesn't show up in my when I click on your profile, so I don't know what's about that. What's that about? Alright, so when you click on this, when anyone changes the status, should you only receive that specific event on the front end? Or should the entire read model be refreshed? And if the entire read model is refreshed, should the server just like send the entire read model, or should the client receive the event and then request new data? Request new I don't know. Because if certain events are for some reason not delivered to the front end, it might be the data might be out of date. Like you might see some data, so it's probably going to be better to refresh the entire model, the entire read model. Are you planning to store the current state globally? The current state is stored here in the component. This is where the entire state is. The question is, should it receive the entire state here on the front end? I think it should, yeah. We can send individual events as well. I think for now, let's just send individual events. And later we can figure out. But the problem with sending individual events is that we kind of have duplicated logic, I guess. So, okay, let's see here. You could just change it to use reducer and then merge. Yeah, that's a good idea. The use reducer, okay, so what we're basically talking about is a projection, right? Like use reducer is just an event source projection on the front end. So the question is, should the projection stay on the front end or the back end? Because the problem with the use reducer is that if there are certain events that don't make it to the front end, that are lost in the WebSocket connection somehow, those don't get applied on the front end, which means now there is now there's inconsistency. Now there's like data integrity, I guess. Yeah, I guess integrity, because there are some events that might be missed. We can't really guarantee event delivery with WebSockets, unless like it's a client server thing. At any point the client might lose connection and not receive some WebSocket events, so we might not want to do that. So instead what we might want to do is have the projection on the back end. The event updates the projection. I guess that we already kind of have the projection, it's just our main database. So all that happens is that whenever there is an event, you just receive an entirely new projection on the front end. So we're not subscribing to the topic. Yeah, just receive the projection. So what's happening is that instead of subscribing to a topic, you subscribe to a view. Like that. The concern is that you'll miss events. No, because you won't miss events. If you miss events, at least your state is still like correct. Because if you missed an event and then you received another event after that, your order is your state is perfectly fine. Like you won't miss events on the back end. On the back end, they have guaranteed delivery and ordering as well. So our database is going to be in sync, perfectly fine. If you miss an event on the front end, if you miss a WebSocket event, that's fine, because the next WebSocket event, you're just going to have the complete read model again. Does that make sense? Let me try to diagram it out. So we have our let's make it full screen here. Let's just make it white. what's your YOE, years of experience? I would say like 5 to 6, something like that. So this is our backend. Yeah, this is our backend. We can just call it client server instead, actually. Client, and this is our server. So we have the order, we have the view model here, and it's going to subscribe. The client is going to send a subscription request for the view, and it's going to receive it like that. Now the client is going to send this command. Pub. And the server is going to receive it. It's going to convert it to this. It's going to emit this event. Server client local to the machine. What do you mean? No, the server is our backend server running on Ampt, and the client is the browser. And this is going to update the order. And that's going to give a new, it's going to send the new publish with the updated read model, and the client state is in sync. Attach a version field or something, detect missed updates. Yeah, that's a little too, it's a little more complicated. It gets a little more complicated with versioning, because then now on the front end, I also need that if there is a version mismatch, throw away the state and fetch the entire new order. So now we have boilerplate attached to that. This way we just skip all of that altogether. So let's just do it like this. Goddamn consistency, yeah. We cannot escape eventual consistency. And because the client is subscribed to it, it's going to receive the whole new model. The alternative is instead of publishing the entire read model, it only publishes the event to the front end. And the front end updates it manually. Google Spanner says it can break cap. Is it true? Yeah, we threw out the cap theorem a while ago. We're doing event-driven architecture, so cap theorem is kind of a Google Spanner. Yeah, I don't know what Spanner is. Not sure what you're talking about in that case. You can just project the event onto your local state. Yeah, the problem with this is that, let's say there is another command in the future. Some other command, and this publishes some other event. Missed events will yeah, exactly. Missed events will fuck my source of truth, because now my source of truth lives on the front end, or my source of truth lives in two different places, and keeping them sync is a pain. So if I have something like this, and for some reason I miss this event, for some reason if I don't get this event, now I am in an inconsistent state where I have this event applied but I don't have this event applied, but on the back end both events are applied. Now the way to fix that might be a version. So when I receive this event, it might give me, okay, let's bring this back. Let's call this v2 and let's call this v3. WebSocket notify if you miss something. I mean, how does it know that I missed something? If WebSocket knows that I missed something, it will just tell me what I missed, right? So what I can do is that here it's in v1, here it's in v2, here it's in v3. Now what I can do is that, let's say I missed this event, which means this is in v1. Now when I receive a v3, I know that I missed something. So now what I have to do is subscribe again. Oops. Yeah, acknowledgement is a rabbit hole. I don't like, if I start doing acknowledgement, it becomes a feedback loop of acknowledge, then acknowledge again, then acknowledge again. That's not the way to solve eventual consistency. So if I receive v3, if I am in v1, I'll have to send another subscribe, and then I have to receive the v3, which like so this is too much boilerplate. It's probably better to just do it this way. When you receive an event, just receive the entire read model. Which means both of these are views. Let's name this barista orders, customer orders. Basically a knack. No acknowledgement. Yeah, we cannot have an acknowledgement for WebSockets, really. So you'll have to do something like this, which is fine. I think it's not a big deal. Like nothing says that WebSocket messages have to be tiny. Just don't plan for missed messages and dangerously assume you'll receive everything until you don't. Yeah, no. Just no. That's fragile. Yeah, this is a very fragile architecture. This, on the other hand, is fine, I think. That's pretty fine. Alright, so let's make a view for this. Bring it back. Alright, so barista orders view, subscribe, unsubscribe, prepare. So I guess so these are messages, I guess, that we are receiving. I guess all of these are messages that we are receiving. And let's say export type data is an array of orders. Yeah, it's actually an array of where is it? Key value order. This is the data that the front end should be expecting when it's subscribed to this view. Shouldn't the customer be on top of your flowchart? Customer, server, barista. Not sure what you mean. Which flowchart? Oh, this server is like client server. It's not the server who presents coffee. What's the difference between customer order versus barista order? It's the same order in different type. It's for it's two separate purposes. Like the barista is going to look at this and the customer is going to look at this. So it's not the same orders. It's it's for entirely different purposes. Like making these the same is the kind of a fallacy that, or it's the kind of like weird, I don't know what to call it. Like it should not be the same. That reminds me, need to move this off so that we can make this connection here. So they are the same in the sense that they are both reliant on the same data. So like you'll see all the same events point to both view models, like order placed, order ready for pickup, and cancelled. All three of these point to both of the same views, but we still need to separate them because they are for separate actions. The view is defined by what action it facilitates, not by what data it receives. Like the purpose of the view, it's supposed to be close to the action. So we cannot make them the same views because they are different actions. What if you need a third order type, let's say owner order? Are you going to duplicate everything all over again? Probably, yeah. Again, because it's not the type, it's the action that's important. It doesn't matter what type it is or what events it's coming from. The only thing that matters for a view is what action it's facilitating. If it's a separate action, it will require a separate view model. Will they all have the same order ID? Yeah, probably. Same order, different contexts. Yeah, same order, different context, also different pieces of data. For example, here we might want to show how far along the order is or anything like that. Here we might want to show like how to make an order, what the recipe and ingredients are. So they're also like fundamentally different pieces of data, probably. Also, it's also different data because barista is going to see all the orders. Yeah, it is DDD. I'm a very active, like avid, I don't know. I try to practice DDD whenever I can. It's also different because the barista is going to see all the orders, but the customer is only going to see their orders. That's also like the big difference. Like I cannot see the orders that you are making. Like if we are both customers, I cannot see the orders that you have made. But if I'm the barista, I should be able to see all the orders. DDD is domain-driven design. Concept of bounded context. We don't have bounded context yet. Right now, it's all the same bounded context. It's just different roles inside the same bounded context. I haven't figured out. I haven't. Yeah, I don't really see any like different definitions. I don't see any reasons why they should be separated into different bounded contexts yet. Everything is pretty consistent so far. Both orders mean the same thing. What does this Ampt do? Great question. Also, Wunibo, thanks for the follow. Ampt is, and I've said this many times. Can someone in the chat do this, please? I'll appreciate it. Ampt is serverless as a service. What is it? Getampt.com. Yeah, that should the website should tell you everything you need to know. You need more mods who can create commands for you. How do I? Can I create command? I don't have any bots in here. I need FossaBot, right? How do I get FossaBot in here or any other bot? Can I do commands without bots? There. Oh, and I'm also going to... I'm not going to code my own bot. No thanks. Using Alright, so now it doesn't matter what action you send. Only thing that's going to be sent back is the entire view. So when you subscribe, we send this. I'm thinking it's AMPQ. No, it's AMPT. Without being annoying, what's going on here? I'm recently enrolled for college in infotech. I'm trying to absorb anything involved in that area. You need a bot for custom commands. Yeah, I don't know how to get FOSSABot in here. Can I know what's going on in here? Yeah, we are building an application. Let me actually pull this up. So we're building an application called Serverlesspresso, which is an online coffee ordering application that's built entirely on serverless technologies. It was initially made by AWS to showcase how you can build a production grade application with AWS serverless. And I'm just repurposing the idea of Serverlesspresso and building it instead of building it using AWS technologies, I am building it using all of these stuff. So currently we are on Ampt. Once we are done with Ampt, we're going to try Winglang or Clotho, one of these two. I don't know which one. We're going to go with Clotho or Winglang, one of those two, once we're done with Ampt. It's a way to compare between these different tools and how you build an application with all of them. Once we have the initial version, every subsequent implementation is going to be much faster, because right now we are also trying to figure out the architecture. But once we have the first version, we will have the architecture, and then the next few implementations are going to be much faster to do. With AWS, most of these use AWS behind the scenes. So you can think Heroku, think Vercel, think DigitalOcean. They all are tools that's built on top of AWS. Same thing with Ampt. Okay, so for now I'm just going to do something weird. I'm going to fetch all of this again and just send it to this connection. Everything is built on AWS. Yeah, almost everything. Like Azure and Google Cloud still have quite a bit of usage, just not as much as AWS. Alright, so we are going to comment this out for now. When this receives an action, I'll just do it right here. So it's not the best idea, we should do it in here. But the Pirate Bay is built on Raspberry Pis. Yeah, torrent servers are built on P2P. Alright, so topic, this is view now, not topic anymore. View barista orders, view barista orders, and on the front end, this is view barista orders, view barista orders. I'm sending an action to a view. I guess I should remove the views, because they're just actions. We have either an action or a view, which means I don't need that anymore. So this is now an aggregate instead. Although I don't have an identifier now. What's your aggregate? Yeah, aggregate root is order. So you have to subscribe to a view, and you unsubscribe from the view. Action prepare order and data. Okay. So I guess this is data then. And I need to figure out a better model for the messages. I'll do that later. For now, I'm just going to try to make this work first. If message.action is subscribe, do this. If message.action is prepare order, then my data is my order ID. What's up? I'm going to find that order, place in state. I also need to send, if I can have multiple barista apps, I need to be able to send this update to all of them. Right now I'm only sending to the one that sent this action. I'm not updating any other baristas. So I need to store these connections. I need to store these subscriptions in a DynamoDB table so that I can listen to those. For now, I'm going to just send this. Should I do that? Nah, let's just do it anyways. So when you subscribe, let's see. Connection.send. We need a const something data.set. What does data.add do? I still don't see any documentation on .add. Oh, there it is. It's for incrementing. Okay. Simple numeric value. It's for numeric values. It's not for arrays. So I'll need to do a data.set. What am I setting? I need to store everyone who's subscribed to a certain view. What's up? So everyone who's barista orders subscriptions, which means I need to get this first. That's const subscriptions data.get barista order subscriptions. Cool. If no subscriptions, cool. I guess if there's no subscriptions, I can just do or empty array. And if subscription.includes, oh, if it doesn't include, okay. Key value string, interesting. I'm just going to say this is alright as string. Okay, better, cool. So if it doesn't already include the connection ID, you can push it in there, and then we can set the new subscription to this. I also don't see a way to do something like this in a transaction yet. So that might also be something I need to talk to them about, because this should be an atomic transaction. I don't want anyone updating the subscription in between here, and I don't want to do version checking manually. That sounds horrible. I'm Tom. Yeah, they should get a trademark on that name. Atomic transaction. You can do that. Their docs are open source. Go ahead and make an issue. So once I have this running, all I need to do here is fetch all these subscriptions. You weren't invited for private beta, but the docs are open source. You can still make suggestions. You don't need to be using and be invited to the private beta to make suggestions to the docs. So instead of sending it to this connection, const subscriptions equals await data.get barista order subscriptions. How do I send a message to a specific subscription? Or connection, I guess. I should call it connections. Or subscriptions is fine. Let's see. Sending messages. ws.send, okay. I won't have a basis for my suggestions. Yeah, you do. You watch my stream. This is your basis. My Twitch username. Yo, what's up? Nothing much. Just trying to build a Serverlesspresso application. Oh shit, the cloud. Yeah, exactly. So subscriptions.for each. ws.send. Subscription. This is view barista orders, data orders. Come on. I really need to like abstract this stuff into some sort of shared libraries. But once I have a better model, I'll do that. All right, so we set the prepared order. We get the list of all the orders. So this is our view model. This is our read model. Oh no, this is our read model. This is our list of subscribers to this view. And then we're just going to update all of them with this new data. Which means on the front end, when you we already have this in place right here. I guess we need to promise.all. True, yeah. We should wrap both of these in a promise.all. In promise.all. Let's const subscription orders. There we go. Data.get that. Data.get that. There we go. All settled if you want to be all Gucci about it. No, that I don't want it to be all settled. That defeats the point. If one of these throws an error, I don't have any update to send. If this throws an error, I don't know who to send the update to. If this throws an error, I don't know what update to send. So there is no point in doing that. I do want retries in here though. So once I put this in its own event listener, I'll have to put retries somehow, which is going to be a lot of fun. What do you want? You have .items? No, you don't have either of them. String array. Why is my caps lock on again? Cool. That. So let's make a comment here. To do. Caps. To do. Put this into data.onListener. You fake EDA. Listen. This is fake EDA. This is not real EDA. This is real EDA. This is fake. This is an imposter. There is an imposter among us. This is EDA at home. Alright, let's see if this works. We want this to be here on the front end. So on message, the data can be what? What is order items message? We have the view, we have the data. We do need to verify this. So if data.view is not barista orders return, true. And if what is serverless anyways? It's a way to deploy applications without thinking of physical servers or virtual machines or individual containers. I guess individual containers still kind of count as serverless. Fargate, Cloud Run, these are like serverless at home serverless. They're half serverless. So it's like lambdas. Yeah, lambda is like the core serverless capability. It's the primary serverless compute capability. Cool. Let's see, what are we sending to the client? We are just sending this only one thing. So this is the only kind of message that subscriptions are receiving, which is view barista orders and data orders. Which means here we don't necessarily need to do this, but it's good to do it anyways. I'll probably refactor this into a Zod schema. Like that. Set order, set is loading false. Yeah, probably don't need that. I guess I should have that anyways. I also need an unsubscribe here somehow. So if a connection is closed, I need to make sure I remove it from the subscriptions. So if socket, I don't have that yet. I'll need to do a ws.on disconnect here, connection ID. So I need to find a way to unsubscribe from all views. Thank you. If it's disconnected, I don't have anything to send. I just need to const barista view subscriptions. Oh, this is an async function. I need an await data.get. This is an array of string. I guess that this is not important if I'm doing an as anyways. I am using Copilot, of course. I cannot imagine not using Copilot. Data.get this thingy right here. Is it good? Yeah, of course. Copilot has been around for like 2 years now. How have you not tried it yet? I'm having a hard time believing that. Alright, so these are barista view subscriptions. If barista view subscriptions exist, thank you. Oh wait, I need to as string. So let's first check if it exists or not. Oh yeah, it did it for me. There we go. If index is not -1, remove it from here, and then await set the data. Cool. If it will ever graduate to GitHub Copilot, GitHub Pilot. Yeah, might be. I've still never used ChatGPT. You're missing out. I think that's it, right? Code Whisperer, I've heard that it's not as good. It's pretty shit compared to Copilot. But yeah, I guess if you cannot pay for Copilot, Code Whisperer might be the next best thing. Yeah, it's free. So yeah, when you disconnect, we're going to look for this connection in the barista order subscriptions. If the subscriptions exist, and if this connection exists in the subscription, we're going to get rid of it, and then we're going to set it. Cool. Eats you off the keyboard. You be the damned Copilot now. What's up, tech support? All right, let's see what we have in here. Do we have any subscriptions yet? No, because we haven't refreshed anything on the front end yet. Cool. See, whenever I write like this much code, I get anxious because like I don't know what's going to break, and I don't have tests anywhere to figure out if this is working or not. This is where testing really comes in handy. But because all of this is like directly using APIs, the SDKs, I don't fully know how to test this. I really need to start learning test-driven development. YOLO-driven, yeah, exactly, YOLO-driven development. I need to figure out TDD. TDD sucks. If TDD sucks, you're probably doing it wrong. You're almost certainly doing it wrong. The whole point of TDD is to not suck, is to help make your development better. So if somehow TDD is not helping you, then you're doing TDD wrong. My React component is scrollable, but horizontal scroll bar only appears when we scroll to the bottom of the page. I want the horizontal scroll bar to be there throughout. You might have to put overflow, I don't know, you might have to mess around with the overflow stuff. You'll probably have to make the width of the div like exactly the screen size. I would much rather use BDD or UDD than slow pace of TDD. I mean, I don't really see a difference between TDD and BDD. Like behavior-driven development is basically what test-driven development was supposed to be. But because test-driven development kind of lost its meaning, people took the original concepts of test-driven development and gave it a new name, behavior-driven development. But if you go back and like read what test-driven development initially was, it's literally the same thing as it's literally the same thing as what people call behavior-driven development today. So when I say that when I say TDD, I basically mean BDD. I'm just calling it what it actually is. All right, let's just, I guess, YOLO it. Let's mock everything and test things using fake data. Yeah, again, like I said, you're doing it wrong. Test-driven development. The best way to do test-driven development is behavior-driven development. Let's put it like that. Let's let me show you what I mean. So this is, let's call it TDD. And let's call this BDD. Now this exists in here. So you can also say this is a good TDD and this is bad TDD. Let's make it red. But this whole thing is TDD. Yeah, your unit testing driven development. Yeah, TDD. Again, if you go back and see what TDD was like initially was, the word unit test is never mentioned. It's something that was later tagged onto it, and that's why like people felt the need to invent a whole new concept called behavior driven development, just so that they like it doesn't just because it doesn't have the baggage of what testing and unit testing is. This is, let's actually I'm gonna make a tweet. I'm gonna make this into a tweet. copy PNG. Wait, is he talking about? Wait, what? Come on. There we go. How's that? Almost negative value because the requirements change. You have to rewrite every single unit test associated with the changes. Again, that's if your requirements change. But also, yeah, if your requirements change, yeah, you have to rewrite your unit test. That's the whole point. Your tests should reflect your requirements. So if your requirements are changing and you're not rewriting your tests, that probably means you have weird tests that are not really testing your behavior. The entire point of testing is that they should check if your code passes the requirements or not. So if your requirements change, your tests change. Yeah. Don't you get the same thing with testing on the interaction behavior? So what do you guys think about this? Anything I missed? Anything that's technically wrong that I should rephrase? It's a subset of TDD. It's everything good about TDD distilled into a smaller, more concise concept. Into a concise concept. It's concise idea. Let's make it into a more concise idea. Any other kind of TDD is probably bad. Yeah. I have the probably in there, so I don't need the star. When diagram showing behavior driven development BDD as a strict subset of test driven development TDD. BDD is also described as good TDD, while non-behavioral TDD is described as bad TDD. If your tests are focused on the outcome of the feature rather than a singular function within the whole process, BDD definitely much better than plain unit testing and getting 100% test coverage. Yeah. When I talk about doing TDD, I am specifically talking about the good TDD, which some other people tend to call BDD. We're talking about the same thing. I don't necessarily, I can never spell necessarily. I always have issues with this word. When we're talking about the same thing, I almost never talk about the bad TDD part. So you're testing like entire collection of functionality, a complex feature, other than parts of individually. Yes. Unless you have parts that are used across multiple features, then you might want to test that in isolation. It might be helpful to do that, but until you have like until you have good abstraction set up, you should probably just do vertical slices and test entire pieces of functionality instead of individual units. It's very difficult to have good abstractions that you can put in testing layers. All right, time for the truth. Let's refresh. So disconnected, closed abnormally, sure. And now this should be socket open. This should make a new connection. What's happening? Something is happening. Looks like this is not sending back a response. All good, buddy? Alright, disconnected and connected, but I haven't received any data yet. Have I received any data yet? I said it's loading to false. I guess I'm console.log received message from socket data. You've met your Ampt request limit. Doesn't look like it. Hey, how do you know? I mean, looks like everything is fine here. Okay, it's just not getting the message, looks like. You may don't scare me like that. Come on. Alright, I'm sending a message back to the connection. I guess I need to send a subscribe from the front end, which I'm not doing. Am I not sending a subscribe? Oh yeah, this needs to be view. There we go. Alright, now let's see if there we go, yeah. So we have the subscriptions array now. We have our subscription ID in here. And if I refresh, let's see what happens. This is a new one. Okay, so this should be perfect. So it removed the existing connection and it added the new connection. Awesome. It's working nicely. Will there not be a software or something to input code to see if it will all read clearly? Is code too complex to simplify like that, if that makes sense? Are you talking about prettier? Are you just talking about prettier? Like something that formats code correctly? Alright, now this is prepared. If I first, let's change this to where did it go? JSON? No, not JSON. I need to delete this one first. Delete. Let's change this back to placed. This will not send an update because we're only updating when it receives an action. We're only sending back an update to the view when we receive an action. So this is why this needs to be in its own data.onListener. But if we refresh this, it's now placed, which means when I click this, it should send this action prepare order, which will which should update the state to prepared, and then it should trigger this publish for the view model. So let's see. Okay, that updated. Perfect. Now let's put a console log here. Sending update to all Barista clients. Console log subscriptions. Actually, don't need that. Alright, let's see. Click on that. Client connected, barista orders message prepare. Let's see what's happened. Something went wrong. So we received the message. Barista orders message, action prepare, view is barista. So message.action is prepare order. Oh, it's still prepare on the front end. This is why I need full stack types. I mean shared types. I guess I don't need the view in this case because I only have data and action. Cool. So let's hit that. Alright, let's see. Okay, we receive. Oh, subscribe. What? Wait, did that not work? Barista orders message subscribe. Let's clear this. So when I click on this, I did not receive anything. Sending message to WebSocket. Something went wrong. Okay, let's refresh. We got the subscribe and we hit this. It did not send any message. What's wrong, buddy? Okay, it should be sending prepare underscore order. Can I see the message here? No. Oh, because this is the WebSocket. That's fine. But here I didn't see anything. Is there any network errors? I don't think so because it's connecting and disconnecting fine. So I think what's happening is if .view is barista underscore orders. Yeah, that's what's happening. So what I need to do is this. If you're subscribing to message.view that. Alright, let's see. So it's placed. There we go. Nice. There we go. Our imposter EDA works. Ship it. Yeah, that's a good call out. I should put this into a GitHub repo while I still can. XAlo Milo, thanks for following. Welcome to my stream. So right now this is the only Git repo. I want to make this entire thing a Git repo. So let's exit out of here. CD front end next. rmrf.get. Now git init this whole thing. I hope I have git ignores here. I don't. Cool. I want .ampt instead. This is not Vercel. I heard clerk.com is hiring. It is. They are, yes. Clerk.com. Company, careers, view jobs. Yeah, there's a bunch of open jobs. Also, if job hunting has gotten harder for you, I have the perfect video for you. Right here. You might want to watch this video. Lead code is also not going to help you. I'll tell you what is going to help you in your job search. It's this right here. There's a cheat code. What do you mean shameless plug? This is my stream. I'm not plugging anything. I guess I'm plugging my own video, but this is my stream. So this is cool. Now what I need to do is, first I need to obviously publish this. Alright, I think everything is working, everything is fine in my Git. I'm just going to make a massive commit because I don't want to bother with public repo. There we go. Now it is now a GitHub repo, and if you guys want to take a look, I'm going to post the link right here. Be thankful for the plug. We might just get a job with this cheat code. Yeah, you might. It is more of a long-term thing, so like if you want a job right fucking now, the cheat code is not going to be super helpful. There's a dude named God of Sane on YouTube that I really like. Yeah, in that case I might check him out. What's wrong? Okay, let's make a readme while we're here. Readme.md. What's your lead code profile? I have never touched lead code in my life. No, I'm right. I'm serious. I have never touched lead. I've tried a little bit of lead code. I realized it's not my thing. I gave up. And turns out it's not really important. Like yeah. How can you ever get a job without lead code? I know, right? Lead code is absolutely useless unless you're going for a job that really requires like high performance and like super scalable, highly efficient programming. Lead code is not really useful. All you need is like some basic DSA and some easy lead code sort of problems. That's it. Lead code is super overrated. Maybe you're a master in CF. What is CF? There are jobs that ask you lead code type questions during interview process. It's definitely not practical. Yeah. If a job interview is asking like basic DSA questions or like very simple programming challenges, like when I was interviewing with Apple, they the first interview they asked me how to implement set. Set is a game. It's like a pattern matching game with cards, where you have cards that have like shapes made on them, and a set is a set of 3 cards that follow a certain pattern. And I was asked to like implement a set algorithm Yeah, a set algorithm in any programming language. I chose JavaScript, and a set is like a very simple challenge. It's not complicated at all. All you have to do is, like, let's say you have let me do it here. You have cards, so let's say you have card 1 that is 1 2 3 4. You have card 2 that is 1 1 1 1, and you have const card 3 that is 1 3 2 3. So these 3 cards make a set because the first property is the same in all 3 of them, the second property is different in all 3 of them, and like all these properties are different. Like, let's say if this was 2, now this is not a set anymore because the third properties, both of these are 2, but this is 3. So they need to be either all different or all same. So like this, the first property is all same, the second property is all different, the third property is neither all same, neither all different. So one of these needs to be 1, or this needs to be 2 for this to be a set. So the challenge was just to make was just like a function that inputs these 3 cards and gives you a true or false if it's a set or not, which is a pretty simple challenge. Like, it's not a lead code hard thing, and also like there wasn't any constraint on like it needs to be super performant, it needs to like use the least memory or big O notation, things like that. Like, as soon as you start talking about big O notation, you're entering the territory of resource constrained programming or like efficient or performant programming, and most jobs don't require that. Most jobs require you to take a problem and solve it. So that's my lead code rant of the day. This, my complexity. Yeah, exactly. I've never done lead code. I've never done like big O notation or complexity analysis, and I was still almost offered a job by Apple. The only reason I rejected Apple is because I wanted to stream on Twitch and they wouldn't let me. This repository is a this project is an implementation of the serverless. You can stream at all or work at Apple. I mean, yeah, they have pretty heavy restrictions on all sorts of content creation. If you're working at Apple, you can probably stream gaming, but they're probably still going to be against that. And also, like, I don't stream gaming. I stream this, and I make YouTube videos about technical stuff, which obviously means that a lot of my content is going to be directly inspired and directly based on the work I am doing at Apple, which is like just a bright red signal for them. And I'm like, yeah, fuck this. I don't want to do this. Would Apple let you work in a Windows environment? Probably not. Will Apple give you free Apple cleaning cloth? Most likely, yeah. Are you even allowed to use Microsoft products at Apple? Most likely not. Unless like maybe just for your personal devices. Like you can probably use whatever you want for your personal devices, but like all your work stuff, all your work latest stuff has to be on something Apple. Now this is my assumption, I don't fully know, but I'm pretty sure this is the case. Serverlesspresso application using Nextjs and Ampt. Cool. This is a good enough README, I think, right? This is all you need for a README, right? README. All right. So should we stop here for tonight, or should we go further? What do you guys think? We got this working. Should I add the after prepared pickup? I guess pickup is from customer side, right? I guess we cannot expect the customer to, like, once they pick up the coffee, we cannot expect the customer to go back to the app and say that they've picked it up. We should just let the barista do it. So if the status is prepared, this button should be pick up or picked up. Do the POS now. What is POS? I guess we can do a little bit of reaction content while to take a break. Do you guys have any videos, any articles, anything that we should watch or look at on stream? By the way, yeah, half of my YouTube page is Game of Thrones now, and I hate it. I think I need to go in here and say, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested, not interested. I hope that helps. I just told you I'm not interested. React to prime reaction video. React to a reaction. Alright, I think that helped. Not interested. Yeah, that helped. Nice. Have a good night, Roy. What's up? Thanks for hanging out. You cannot use VS Code. I am using VS Code. I've been using VS Code for a while. What do you mean? What do you guys want me to react to? Come on. Give me some links. Send me something interesting. What's next? How do you find a new job? I guess since we are talking about jobs, should we watch this? How do you find a new job in software? You can't use VS Code. Okay, in Apple. Okay, sorry. It was out of context. No VS Code at Apple. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure Apple should know very well that VS Code is just leagues better than Xcode. They might have like restrictions on like what extensions you can install, or they might have like their own fork of VS Code that like strips away of any tracking or like metrics, analytics, things like that. Any sort of sending data to the server. They might have something like that. What is this? It's a short. Oh, Jack Harrington. Yeah, we can watch Jack Harrington. Let me mute this. Let me turn on my desktop audio. This one here.
You like React, but you don't like how it tracks state.
Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear the beautiful, beautiful voice of Jack Harrington? Cool.
Well, Yoha.js over on TikTok has you covered with a new hook called Use React State. You get an object like count 0, you can just display it, and you can just change it. It works by creating a proxy with use memo.
It's just quick signals. Oh, but it uses a proxy, okay.
Anytime a proxy changes, you get a set method callback that's got an object, property, and value. He just sets the object value and then changes a local set value, and that forces a React re-render. Easy peasy.
Honestly, this seems kind of dumb.
And it works just fine. But I do have some fix-ups. First, we should return true.
This like defeats the entire point of having one-way data flow. You can do state plus plus. I don't want to do state plus plus. We are just talking about CQRS, about command query separation. The entire point of the tuple, the immutable value and the setter, is that it's command query separation, and we need that for a proper one-way data flow. It's a good thing to have. I don't think this is a I don't know how I feel about
this. The set to tell the VM that the value has changed, and then a more predictable way to force re-render is just to have an index that you bump. And then we use a user reference to use memo, because in the future, memos could be invalidated for performance reasons, and we lose that data. Still works just fine. The code is cleaner and more predictable. For our production-ready version of this, check out Daishikato's Valshio library.
Oh, so Valtio, it's based on Valtio, okay. Yeah, I don't know how I like that. It's just like two-way data binding all over again. If I saw this IRL, my mind would explode if I couldn't see the source. Yeah, I mean, you can do some crazy stuff with proxies. TRPC is entirely built on proxies, or at least the new version of TRPC. All right, what do you have, Horace?
Legendary computer science.
Tech trends. Things are gonna get weird in 2023. I think I watched this, but yeah, we can watch this again.
Scientist Alan Kay once said, "The best way to predict the future is to invent it." I love this quote because as developers, we have the incredible privilege of building the future for humanity. But based on the way things went in 2022, I think we must have done something wrong because 2022 has been a messed up year and there's probably more pain to come. First, Russia and Ukraine went to war. Then all the high-flying tech stocks declined like 90%. Bitcoin dropped from 69 to 16K, while simultaneously gas and food doubled in price. Zuckerberg the metaverse, while Elon destroyed free speech by allowing people to speak freely. But most shocking of all, I found out my 100% natty fitness coach, the Liver King, is actually juiced to the gills.
Yes, I'm on steroids.
Apparently, nothing is what it seems. In today's video, we'll look at 10 trends affecting software development and technology.
The best part about the Liver King stuff was that he wasn't apologizing for using steroids. He apologized for hiding it. And in that video, he's like, yeah, I use steroids and I'm proud of it, and you should too. Well, I don't know if he said you should too, but like, he was proud of using steroids. Like, he was proud of creating this fake image that people actually look up to. So fucking dumb.
That you can capitalize on in 2023. Let's kick things off by talking about tech jobs. All the big tech corporations have either had hiring slowdowns, hiring freezes, or mass layoffs. If you're learning to code or looking for a job, these headlines can be pretty scary. Now, while
I do think that
jobs, all the big tech,
I don't think Apple has done any layoffs, has it? Can someone verify? I don't think Apple has. They might have frozen hiring or slowed down hiring, but Apple hasn't laid anyone off so far. Hi, I'm a beginner in React, Nextjs, and TRPC. Help me avoid using server and send get requests from client side. Not for engineers. Okay, so they've laid off other departments, but not engineers. That makes sense. Help me avoid server and send get requests from the client side. What do you mean? Can you explain INVIF? If you're using TRPC, you shouldn't need to do like get requests. You can just use the TRPC API.
Corporations have either had hiring slowdowns, hiring freezes, or mass layoffs. If you're learning to code or looking for a job, these headlines can be pretty scary. Now, while the job market for software engineers has definitely softened, there's a few things to keep in mind here. First, when there's massive layoffs like this, the vast majority of jobs have nothing to.
No, Kevin, I am not going to react to 6ix9ine's WAP song. I hope you understand. It's not just that it's a terrible song and it's going to be a terrible reaction, but I'm probably going to get copyrighted into oblivion. So no, I am not going to react to 6ix9ine's WAP song.
To do with software engineering. Engineers are still extremely valuable, and most of those that were laid off were able to quickly find employment elsewhere. Second, outside of FANG, the job market still seems to be pretty strong. It's by no means frozen up, and there are still tons of job openings out there, especially at non-tech companies that have struggled to modernize. The bad news is that interest rates are still high and will likely remain high at least until 2024. That means less easy money for startups to overhire. There's still a labor shortage in tech, and if that ever changes, look out below, because that means the greater economy is likely going straight to hell. Now, speaking of jobs, back in 2020, I talked about the work from home trend. I thought that trend would be more permanent, but it appears to be making a reversal because managers often hate it. Like, they get frustrated when their employees are secretly working 6 full-time jobs at the same time. Snapchat recently called its workers back to the office, and I think we'll see more companies do this to implement soft layoffs, where they simply get rid of all the people who don't want to come back to the office. As Elon said, they can pretend to work somewhere else. But now let's switch gears to
probably one of the few things that I agree with Elon on.
to crypto. In 2022, we saw the Ponzi-nomics of the crypto world exposed. There was collapse after collapse, with people's life savings being wiped out in the process. This creates a contagion effect where people no longer have enough money to spend millions of dollars on pictures of monkeys. During all this chaos, hashtag Web3 went missing. If you see it anywhere, please contact the local authorities. While there is a lot of cool stuff going on in the crypto space,
hashtag Web3 and .eth in everyone's Twitter profile, they're just gone. So many Twitter profiles. I used to see a lot of .eths, and now I don't anymore. There's also a lot of people had their Mastodon profiles, and now those are gone as well. I don't know how many people are using Mastodon. It was such a sensation when the Twitter stuff happened. Are people still talking about Mastodon and Hive? Or is everyone back on Twitter now?
a lot of it feels like vaporware, and even though it's been around for over a decade now, it still has yet to disrupt centralized computing in any meaningful way. These so-called decentralized Web3 companies often rely on centralized services from AWS and GCP, and that basically tells you everything you need to know. The hype train has derailed, but that's a good thing if you're betting long-term on crypto, because there's a lot of scammers and criminals that need to be weeded out. Speaking of derailed, we should also talk about the metaverse. Zuckerberg changed the name of Facebook and poured billions of dollars into this project, but the only good thing about it is all the dank memes making fun of it. In my opinion, the metaverse is something that sounds good on the surface, like
metaverse is probably one of the most, it's probably the most expensive meme ever. Right next to Elon buying Twitter.
Flying cars, but actually kind of sucks in reality. Humans already spend way too much time staring at screens, and the idea of strapping a screen to your face to block out this entire shitty world to escape to an even shittier world is just an absurd idea. Now, the metaverse is not just Facebook, there's also Decentraland, whose mana token is down 90%, and a bunch of other...
that was my headphone telling me that its battery is low, which means, yeah, I can probably watch 1 or 2 more videos, and then I'll either have to get back to work, or we can end stream and raid someone.
Companies investing into their own metaverses. Like crypto, there will be opportunities in this space. However, I don't think we'll ever see a day when everyone is walking down the street with one of these things strapped to their head. It'll be more of a niche market for gamers and masturbators. Now, at this point, this video has been pretty...
No comments.
Negative, but things are about to get worse because AI got so much better in 2022. It's now possible for AI to generate art using tools like DALL-E 2 and Stable Diffusion. Google came out with Dream Fusion 3D, which can generate 3D models from a text prompt. Just imagine how much easier that could make the development of 3D games. Then Meta came out with Make a Video, which takes a text prompt and generates a video. You've got voice cloning that's now almost indistinguishable from the real thing, like this podcast between Joe Rogan and Steve Jobs.
Yeah, there's an entire podcast episode. Damn.
Memory from the past.
Good to see you, buddy.
Also, speaking of AI deepfakes, Inviv, thanks for the follow. How many of you know about Atrioc, the streamer, Big A? He recently basically got cancelled out of tech support. Yeah, he literally got cancelled out of because of something very, very dumb that he did. The cutie thing, not just cutie, not just cutie. But yeah, that was a fun thing that happened. I think he's back on Twitch now. He's streaming again, but he's completely cut off from the rest of the community now. He still gets a decent viewership. See you later. Thanks for showing up, Smart Coder. Wait, are you saying bye to the stream? Or, I don't know. Yeah, he's back. He's streaming again. He's doing Marketing Mondays again, I think. But I don't think he's a part of Ludwig's company anymore. All right, good night. Thanks for hanging out.
It's been a long time since I've been on the show.
And over the past week, the world has been going crazy over ChatGPT, which is smart enough to do your algebra homework, write poetry for your wife, and fix your broken code. Stack Overflow even took steps to ban it because people are using it to post answers about stuff they know nothing about. But now
I think one of the other plagues that ChatGPT has caused is AI generated articles on dev.to. Dev.to used to be an actually decent place to like read tech articles, but now like even their daily, is it daily or weekly? Even their newsletters recommend articles that are like just completely AI generated bullshit, which sucks so bad. It used to be a decent place to read about tech.
I want to take a 180 and talk about front-end web development. One of the most noticeable trends is the willingness of developers to move away from React and try out newer frameworks like Svelte, Solid, and Quick. React is still the status quo, but there's been a lot of little drama surrounding it. Shopify dropped server components from its framework and took the remix approach, but most importantly, there's just really appealing alternatives nowadays that offer Zero.js by default, better performance, cleaner APIs, and things like that. And there's new JavaScript frameworks coming out every single day, pushing the limits of what's possible. Speaking of which, I would highly recommend anyone watching this video to take the State of JS survey. It provides a ton of insight into the front-end world, and the more people that vote, the better. And for the first time ever, Fireship made the cut as an option on the survey.
Go,
in addition to these new frameworks reaching maturity, I'd say technologies like cut as an option.
How is fun function still in the options? I guess, I mean, have you guys watched Fun Function? It's a great channel. There's some awesome content there. But he stopped making videos like years ago. Like it's been probably like 4 or 5 years since he stopped making videos. But it's still a great, never heard of it? Damn, it's like one of the best places to learn JavaScript and functional programming. Yeah, his last video was two years ago. He said goodbye, but he has some amazing videos, especially on functional programming. Like this is where I learned a lot of JavaScript, a lot of things like higher order functions and scope. This is one of my like this is like one of the JavaScript foundation things. Yeah, I highly recommend Fun Function to especially to beginners who are trying to learn JavaScript. I guess that's why he's still in here, even though he stopped making content a while ago. Yeah, I guess I don't know. Theo is also in here now. That's pretty nice.
Option on the survey. In addition to these new frameworks reaching maturity, I'd say technologies like Tailwind and TypeScript will remain very strong in 2023.
True.
In addition, I think Vite will continue to take over as the default build tool for most projects,
Vite is
although
amazing.
Vercel's TurboPack, which is a Rust-based build tool that has made some bold claims about performance, has the potential to do great things in 2023. But
haven't heard much about TurboPack since the release, since the launch.
Build tools are boring. One of my favorite things about being a web developer is watching the evolution of design trends over time. Like we went from no design to GeoCities to way too much.
Yeah, there's always lots of controversy surrounding Tailwind. Anything good cannot be like 100% good. There's always controversy surrounding stuff. Like, just look at all the controversy surrounding NoSQL or MongoDB and DynamoDB. There's always controversy that surrounds good innovation.
Complexity, and then finally to minimal flat designs, which most websites still use today. To figure out the hottest design trend of 2023, I reached out to Gary Simon from Design Course. The hot new trend we're seeing is neo-brutalism, where you have vibrant colors, high contrast strokes, and cartoon-like graphics. I think it provides a very nice aesthetic, but it's the kind of design I'll probably be very sick of by the end of 2023 when every other website is using it. Now, when it comes to front-end web development, another big trend is the death of the single-page application. Nowadays, there's a strong preference among developers for...
Be right back, refactoring my entire SaaS to neo-brutalism. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. It's just going to get outdated in less than a year, but it's going to look great for a few months.
Server-side rendering by default. That means React developers are using frameworks like Nextjs, Vue developers are using Nux, Svelte developers are using SvelteKit, and so on. One of the main drivers of this trend is cheap serverless cloud computing, in addition to high-performance edge computing. It's incredibly easy to deploy serverless functions on Vercel, Netlify, and Firebase, and it's just easier for developers to build...
Had to throw in Firebase in there. He can never miss Firebase.
full stack applications when both client-side and server-side code is handled by a unified framework. In addition, developers in 2023 place a much higher value on type safety across the entire stack. Most of these frameworks offer end-to-end type safety, and there are tools like TRPC that make it much easier to implement end-to-end type safety anywhere. Now, speaking of the back end, we've seen a ton of innovation around databases in the last year. I feel like almost every week I'm getting hyped up about
Shout
a
out to
database I've never
TRPC.
heard of before, which I like to call new wave databases. They're cloud native or serverless and usually combine multiple database paradigms, usually some combination of relational, graph, and document. We have tools like SurrealDB, EdgeDB, Fauna, and Zeta, all of which have very innovative new ideas about how a database should work. Then we have other companies taking a more traditional approach like PlanetScale and Cockroach Serverless to make the gold standard relational databases easier to work with in the cloud. You've also got popular databases like Neo4j and MongoDB offering serverless options as well now. I'm going to make a video comparing all these databases in the near future, so make sure you are subscribed to the channel. Another thing we need to talk about on the back end is this idea that people desperately want to get away from languages like C++. 2022, Google announced Carbon, but it's years away from being production ready. The dominant new systems language in 2023 is clearly.
How's Carbon doing? Haven't heard anything about Carbon since it was released. Is it a real language now? In your words, Horace? Whatever happened to Zeta? Zeta is still going pretty strong. I think at least for me, what happened was that when Tejas left Zeta, I kind of stopped hearing about it just because how fucking strong of a DevRel he was at Zeta. I'm still in their Discord servers. I get announcements sometimes. But Zeta is still a decent option, I think. My only problem with Zeta is that it's still going, but they deliberately, in my opinion, don't talk about it because it's not really fair. Yeah. They're taking the opposite approach from what Vercel is doing, which is very loudly talk about things that are not ready and just create controversy around it. So good to know that there are at least some other responsible companies. My problem with Zeta is the same that it's the same problem that I have with other serverless tools that I described in my the problem with serverless video. If you have watched it, this one, I have Zeta in there somewhere. Where is it? Where is Zeta? I have the Zeta logo in there. There we go. That's the butterfly. It's the same problem that you have to like stitch together these a lot of these different tools to have like a fully serverless, a proper fully serverless environment. Nextjs made a similar tweet that went pretty, that kind of blew up. Where is it? This one, yeah. Using SaaS for everything just to keep your app serverless is copium. I pretty much agree with. This is basically a one-line summary of the problem with serverless. That's the problem I have with Zeta. That's a problem I have with like PlanetScale, with Vercel, with Firebase. I guess less with Firebase because Firebase is more of a all-in-one solution, but still, like, it's still not a good enough DX. Ampt, on the other hand, what we are using here, is one of the ways to solve it, because it has just a single SDK that gives you everything that you need. Or SST, yeah. It is a pitch for SST. That's basically what it is. The problem with serverless, it has some solutions, and one of them is infrastructure as code. That's like one of the best ways to get a good DX for a cloud, which is infrastructure as code. And SST is one of the best IAC tools today to put stuff on AWS serverless tools, AWS serverless platforms. And Ampt is the other good way, but Ampt or like the other surrounding infrastructure from code tools are kind of new, and it's a very young space. If you want something today, then SST is one of the best options.
Rust. Maybe not in total adoption, but definitely in the mind share of newer developers. Not only is it loved by developers and being used in a lot of modern systems, but just a few months ago, it was officially added to the Linux but definitely.
This aged beautifully, didn't it? Aged like milk.
In the mind share of newer developers. Not only is it loved by developers and being used in a lot of modern systems, but just a few months ago, it was officially added to the Linux kernel. That means future updates to the Linux kernel can be written in Rust. Now, I realize that most of us here are far too dumb to ever even think about contributing to the Linux.
Yeah, I want to get into Elixir as well. Literally, like, one of the biggest reasons I want to get into Elixir is because of their concurrency model.
Kernel, but the fact that Linus Torvalds is welcoming Rust into the ecosystem says a lot about the language's future. And that gives us 10 trends to watch out for in 2023. Even though 2022 sucked, it was only a test. The fact that you made it this far in the video means that you passed the test. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Good video, good video. There was one other link that was sent here. Where is it? This one here? Oh, this is the Krazam microservice video. I've watched this like hundreds of times. It's not going to be a fun reaction. Alright, I think we're going to end it here. Let's find out who we can raid. We have 12 viewers. I don't know who's going to be live at this time. Kitten Clubhouse. Do you guys want to watch kittens? This is like a just a direct stream into a room where a bunch of cats live. No one who I'm following. I guess I'm following Chris, who's playing TFT. Let's just, I guess, look into the category. Amaranth? What is Amaranth doing? Is she even... I don't think she is live. Yeah, she's not live. Let's look into the category. Building an e-commerce platform. Deploying stuffs.
States.
Pools and hot tubs. No, we're not raiding pools and hot tubs. Let's find someone. Oh, that's me. Should we raid the stream? This looks fun. Building Serverlesspresso. Let's raid someone who has less viewers than we do. Python, Django, Java, JavaScript. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of things.
45 on the screen.
As much as I am in favor of ads, I don't want to send you all into a 1-minute ad break. ChatGPT builder, Linux and Git. What's happening? VR party game. Let's get some work done. 100 days of code. Oh, nice. I guess they're on a break. Code, perhaps.
Diagonally. When you
Do you guys want to watch?
it pushes you down.
Do you guys want to watch TFT? We can raid Chris. I like Chris.
Wow, so it was my code that was fucked up.
What
So now I
language
just
is
have
he
to write
using?
The animation code different. The physics is 100% good now.
He's using
Wow,
Godot
that's on
engine.
real life.
Okay, not sure what that is.
Thank God for Godot.
Game dev and details.
Yeah, man.
Alright, let's just raid this person.
String in this case.
At least they're using TypeScript, so
Let's
we can
grab you,
raid this
save
person.
ourselves a few clickety-clackities of the keyboard.
Good night, Edoran. Thanks for hanging out.
And drop you right here.
Let's raid this person. And is anyone on YouTube chat?
Do I need a label? I don't need a label.
There's no one on YouTube, so we can just end
Why
on
did I think I
YouTube.
needed a label?
Thanks everyone for showing up.
Thanks,
Go
yeah,
and
good
spread
night.
some love. Go and spread some love.